Hello everyone and welcome back. Oh, I can talk without moving my lips apparently. That's new. Why is that? Oh. There we go. That's better. There we go. Alright, I got it. Alrighty, welcome everyone to 𝗏𝗏 Plays. My name is 𝗏𝗏. And today we're not playing anything, but we are going to be watching the Nintendo Direct. Before the Direct starts, the Direct will be starting in just 2 hours. But before we get into it, before we actually watch the thing, we're going to have ourselves a little bit of a chat. We're going to have a little bit of a discussion. We're going to figure out what do you guys think we're going to be seeing in tonight's Nintendo Direct. And what would you like to see? What's something that you want to see? Think about those. Think about those things. I've got a big old list of predictions that I've got written down, and stuff that I expect to see, and things that I would like to see, and things you know when I get that strong feeling. That interesting, that tingle that I get occasionally, and I say, do you know what? It'd be interesting if this happened. That's happened twice so far in the past week. What was the Kiko was talking about something, and I was like, oh my goodness, that's what we were talking about like yesterday. But the other one was Resident Evil Code Veronica. Resident Evil Code Veronica getting revealed as being the next remake was huge, because it was only a few days prior to it being revealed that I was talking to someone, I think it was on X, it might have been Threads, and saying, do you know what? That what they really need to do next is Code Veronica. And then it happened. So what was the other one, Kiko? What was the one that we were watching and I was like, oh my goodness, I literally just said this. I don't have that one written down, unfortunately. But yeah, I've had some tingly feelings. I've had some thoughts, some dreams I've been having recently. And I've been going, oh, do you know what? That would be really interesting. But we'll get into that. We'll get into that in just a moment. Before we do, though, as always, big welcome to everyone. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope you're having a wonderful week. I hope you're looking forward to what's coming in the Nintendo Direct. And, yeah, how are you guys doing? What have you guys been up to? Before we jump on into the Nintendo Direct stuff, what have you guys been up to? I'm still recovering. Luigi incoming? Maybe. I've got some ideas. I've got some thoughts. Severely sleep deprived and fighting to stay awake. Yeah, same. I gotta be honest. That is something that has been a bit of a problem for me with the new medication that I'm on. It's played havoc with me. It's inevitable. You know, it's one of those situations when you keep getting jumped from one medication to another, to another, to another. It plays havoc with your system. Like, your body doesn't really know how to respond to, you know, it all happening. It just constantly being filled up to the gills with some other chemical, you know? And, yeah, I haven't been sleeping very well. I've had a bad stomach. I'll let you guys infer from that it's been pretty unpleasant the past few days. But, you know, I actually do feel better today, which is wild. Like, I've only taken one of the new antibiotics, and I feel a lot better already. Actually, no, I've had 2, because I had one yesterday, I had one today. So yeah, I've had 2. Hey, OJ, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hello there. This started way earlier than I expected, but it gives me the chance to come and chat for a bit. I already promised to watch the actual direct with a friend, so I can't join. Well, you should just bring your friend over here. You should just watch it over here with us. Bring your friend. More subscribers. What can I say? But yeah, we started a little bit earlier than usual. Usually when we got a Nintendo Direct going on, or something that I want to react to live, I'll usually start an hour early. But rather than starting the last time we did a Nintendo Direct, it was the partner showcase in September. It's been nearly a whole year since the last Nintendo Direct. Actually, it's been more than a year since the last Nintendo Direct. The last partner showcase was September. Yikes. It's been a dry spell for us Nintendo fans, but yeah, a bit wild, bit crazy. Oh, knocked some stuff over. The last time we did this, though, I ended up, you know, we were still chatting about stuff before when the Nintendo Direct actually started. So I figured, you know what? We've got some time. It doesn't start until midnight. Well, for me, it starts at midnight. So, we'll start at 10. We'll do 2 hours of chatting and discussion, and let's talk about what we would like to see, what we think we're going to see. Because there's always a difference, isn't there? There's a difference between what we would like to see and what we think is actually going to be in the Direct. One is more of just this is what I want. The other thing is more like, this is what I predict, you know? I always try to make my my opinions and my predictions very, very clear. So that I don't come off as saying like, oh, see, I predicted this. No. I want to be sure, I want everyone to know that everything that I say, everything that I'm talking about, is either opinion or based on just, you know, reading the room. I don't have any connections to anyone working at Nintendo or any other game company for that matter. I had a couple of friends that were game developers, but I haven't really communicated with them in any kind of a real way in years. So it's not like I can just call someone up and go, hey, tell me what Nintendo's doing. You know, it doesn't work like that, unfortunately. But I do have enough people. Sorry, not people. I do have enough awareness of the gaming ecosystem that I tend to be able to pick up on things pretty well. And I think that's what that tingle is, you know? When my gamer senses is tingling, you know? I think that's just simply a case of I've seen enough information in the wild to be able to create a pattern in my mind. And certain things, I don't even fully comprehend how I come to these conclusions, but sometimes I'm bang on the money. And it's kind of spooky sometimes. Some people will go like, how did you guess that? That is so obscure. And I go, I don't even know, man. I guess the gaming gods are just talking through me at this point. Hey, pal, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Roland says, you predicted the Direct itself. I did. That is true. I did say June. Because everyone was saying March. And I'm like, it's not going to happen in March. It'll be June. I did. You're right. You're absolutely right. I completely forgot about that. Because I know a lot of people were saying February, and I said if it's going to be any time, it'll be like late February, early March. But I wasn't expecting it to be March. I figured that whatever is happening, Nintendo are going to be doing less Nintendo Directs. And I figured that June and November good times to do Nintendo Directs. November purely because it's just before Christmas. It does mean though that actually, to be fair, May and November are probably better months to do it, but you know, May is just before summer, and November is just before Christmas. So those are probably the best days, the best months for marketing video games. But you know, June is traditional. I made a tweet the other what was there, a week ago. I made a tweet and I was thinking to myself, man, look at all of these new announcements that are happening in June. Look at all these shows. There's been an Xbox show, there was a PlayStation show, Summer Games Fest. Nintendo are probably gonna do something in the next couple of weeks. It's almost as if we need some kind of a show or a convention, maybe even an expo. Yeah, that's it. We need to do an expo for electronic entertainment. Man, that would be a cool idea, wouldn't it? That would be a wild time. What if there was an electronic entertainment expo held in June every year where people came and celebrated video games? Man, that would be cool, wouldn't it? Not so good. I went to the dentist after my birthday and got my wisdom tooth, one upper and one lower on my left side. It's very painful. I've been eating soft and cold stuff for my gums. Oh, no, that's not good. Well, I mean, it is good. You're going to be in less pain in the future, so that's a plus. I've had all my wisdom teeth taken out, except for one. Except for one, because it turns out I had 5 wisdom teeth. I had my 4 regular wisdom teeth, and then top left, I had an additional 5th wisdom tooth, which we didn't even know was there. I took all the x-rays, and it was only afterwards where we discovered that I had another tooth still in my jaw. And everyone was surprised. I especially was surprised. Unfortunately, that one I'm going to need serious surgery if I want to get it removed, but yeah. But hey, you know what? You got your wisdom teeth out today, or this week. You're going to be feeling a lot better in the future without them. Guarantee it. Oh boy. Plus, I'm going back there next month to do the right side. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. That is absolutely a good idea. Getting them done one half and then the other, you know, so it allows you to still be able to eat and everything. It prolongs the pain, but I guarantee it will be better in the long run. Wisdom teeth are such a pain. I don't even know why they're called wisdom teeth. I realize that. I've never really looked it up. Wisdom teeth. Why wisdom? Why wisdom? Do you have to be really smart for them to grow out? Are they teeth that only appear when you're in your old age? I don't know. But yeah, just something I've never really looked up. So, has anyone been watching the other events this year? Because I saw a lot of good stuff at the Xbox event. If I wasn't sick right now, I would absolutely be... I've done the Xbox event as well. Because there was a lot of really interesting stuff at the Xbox event. Some stuff was just kind of, yeah, that's okay, that's cool. But, revealing, like, Crazy Taxi. Sega came out, like, a year or so ago. And they were revealing, you know, that they were going to be going back and redoing a bunch of their retro games, you know, reviving those classic series. And the first one to release was Shinobi Art of Vengeance, an absolutely amazing game, and I highly recommend that you check it out. Shinobi Art of Vengeance is a stunning hand-drawn, kind of like a Metroidvania. Actually, it was very much in the same line as Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. So if you liked that game, if you played Prince of Persia and you want to play something that's similar, I would strongly recommend Shinobi Art of Vengeance. Absolutely wonderful game. I don't know what the Switch version is like. I did play the Switch demo, and I felt like the graphics were unnecessarily hamstrung. Because in the demo, it looked bad. And it got me a little bit worried that that's just what the Switch version looks like. I'm not entirely sure of that. That could have literally just been the demo build. But it seems very strange to release a demo build that looks really bad, you know? At the end of the day, a demo is designed to try and get people's attention. Try to get people jumping on, you know, and joining, wanting to play the game. So if you release a demo and the demo looks bad, people are not going to buy that game. So it seemed to me a very strange thing that the demo was a little bit wonky. I've been considering picking up Art of Vengeance on Xbox, but, you know. Anyway, Shinobi Art of Vengeance was the first one that they announced was a part of this retro revival system that their program that they're doing. One of the other ones that they talked about was Crazy Taxi. They also talked about Jet Set Radio, and they talked about Golden Axe. There was another one. Shinobi, Jet Set Radio, Crazy Taxi, Golden Axe. What was the other game? Streets of Rage. Streets of Rage. Streets of Rage doesn't really need much of a revival, to be fair. Because we got Streets of Rage 4 just a few years back. That released on the Switch. That's not really, you know, that's not like a forgotten classic from the Sega lineup. I don't understand why Streets of Rage is actually a part of this retro revival program. Because, yeah. Anyway, those are the 5 games that they talked about. And they released Shinobi a few years back. And everyone's been wondering since, what's the next Sega revival going to be? And Crazy Taxi. I thought it was going to be Crazy Taxi. And it turns out it was Crazy Taxi. Cyberduck Shade, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? I'm expecting Duskbloods and Elden Ring Tarnished Edition. I'm also hoping for news on new 3D Mario game. Nice. I've got my list of stuff. We'll get into that one in just a moment. I think we're probably going to see a lot of the stuff that we saw at the Xbox showcase as well. Because there was a lot of games in the Xbox showcase that have been confirmed are coming to Switch. Actually, PlayStation as well. The PlayStation showcase was another one. There's a few games in those showcases that we know will be coming to Switch. Like, let's see now. Final Fantasy VII Revelation. That's going to be coming to Switch. We know that one. Monster Hunter Wilds. We got that big reveal during the Monster Hunter showcase when they revealed Ascendance. So Monster Hunter Wilds coming to Switch too. That's huge. That's awesome. Resident Evil Veronica will probably be coming to... Well, no, definitely will be coming to Switch. because Nintendo are working closely with Capcom on making sure that the Resident Evil games get ported to their system, which is exactly what they said they were going to do when the original Switch released. I don't know if you know this story, but the original Nintendo Switch was actually originally designed to be less powerful than it actually was at release. The reason it ended up being the system that we got was because of Capcom. Capcom was saying that they wanted to release the Resident Evil games on Switch. And they urged Nintendo to increase the power of the Switch. And Nintendo said yes. Nintendo went, yeah, absolutely. We can make it a little bit more powerful. If you think you want to release all your Resident Evil games over here, absolutely. And so they did. And then Capcom didn't release any of the new Resident Evil games. They only did cloud editions. Oh, man. But now, at very least now, with the Switch 2, we're actually getting, native versions of those games. What with the Resident Evil collection that just came out, which was 7, 8, and 9. Pau says, are you gonna add Star Fox to your list of games or not? I haven't told you what's on my list yet. I will tell you what's on my list. I absolutely will. If they don't make a new story aside from Andros and Starwolf, so goodbye. Oh, really? At the end of the day, I think Star Fox is one of those games that even if it is just another remake of Star Fox 64, it's still a fun game. And I imagine that I will play it when it releases, regardless. I mean, at the end of the day, if it's a good game, it's a good game, it's a good game, you know? I really wish Nintendo would do something a little bit different. Not as different as Star Fox Zero, but I wish they would do something a little bit different. Actually take this series and run with it. Do some new story. Add some new characters. It's just insane the way that Star Fox is so hobbled. Hobbled is the word. Hobbled is absolutely the correct word. Because they just keep going back and it's stalled. Stalled is the word. That's a better word. Stalled. Because they don't advance it. And every time they do, they retcon the advance. So like you got something like Star Fox Command. Or you got Star Fox Assault. Which took the story forward. And then they retconned them out. Then they decided, the Shigeru Miyamoto comes along and decides, I'm going to completely reboot the series with Star Fox Zero. And Star Fox Zero is going to be the beginning of something new. And he did nothing with it. That is so frustrating to see. Like, I get it. Star Fox Zero didn't perform well. It didn't sell well. I understand. But at the same time, it's like, okay, it didn't do well. Move on, keep going, keep telling the story. You don't have to go back to the N64 version again. But whatever. If it does turn out that it's literally just Star Fox 64 again, Star Fox 64 is still an amazing game. So I'm still gonna play it. If I play it on stream or not, I'm not sure. But I will absolutely be getting Star Fox 64. I'm even calling it Star Fox 64. I'm still going to get Star Fox, and I'm still going to play it for myself at very least. Because it's a game that I love. It's a classic. Cyberduck says, Final Fantasy XIV, Duskbloods, Wolf Among Us Remastered, and 2. Rumors about Death Stranding Switch port, Persona 4 Revival. Those are my predictions on my bingo. That's a really good set of games on that predictions. 14 is definitely... Is it going to be in the Direct? I think it will be. I think Final Fantasy 14 will be in the Nintendo Direct. Hey, Melissa, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Yeah, sorry, Final Fantasy 14, I think that will be in the Nintendo Direct. We've already got confirmation that Square Enix are going to be porting Final Fantasy 14 to the Nintendo Switch, so it would make sense that this would be the big moment to reveal it. Duskbloods, I've got Duskbloods on my list as well. I think it's about bloody time we find out what Duskbloods is all about. Wolf Among Us! That was the other one. It was Wolf Among Us 2. We were watching some things on... we were watching some trailers on YouTube, and I turned around to Kiko and I said, Kiko, did they release Wolf Among Us 2 yet? And then she goes, the trailer's right here. And I'm like, yes! I just got that feeling. I got that feeling came upon me. The gamer tingles were coming. And I'm like, hang on a second. Wolf Among Us 2. Did that ever release? And she's like, there's the trailer right here. Watch the trailer. That was a good one. I didn't see that one coming. That one blindsided me. Rumors about Death Stranding. I'm not too sure about Death Stranding. That would be interesting. I think that one's a little bit more of a long shot, but it would be really cool to see Death Stranding on the Switch. That would be really cool. Persona 4, almost like a guarantee. I think that's like an absolute guarantee. We're going to get Persona 4 Revival. They have been releasing all of the Persona games on Switch and Switch 2. And, you know, Shin Megami Tensei 5 was originally a timed exclusive on Nintendo Switch. So, I think that Persona 4 is almost like a guarantee it's going to be coming to Switch. Hey, Stylish, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Realized my message came off wrong? I didn't even get to see it. So you're welcome. I'm good. There's a game I want to see it in the trailer. I was like, it's so cute. I gotta get that when it comes out. What game is that? A lot of those trailers have Switch badges. Yes, they do. Yes, that's what I was saying. Is like a lot of these games, games that were revealed during the Xbox event, and some of the games that were revealed during the PlayStation event, when you go to the developers' YouTube channels and you see the trailers that they released, it's got Switch logos on it. And so this is the ones which I've got listed here. Alien Isolation 2, Stellar Blade. Oh, actually, I think Stellar Blade is just a rumor. But Stellar Blade 2 had the Switch logo, I believe. Final Fantasy VII Revelation, Monster Hunter Wilds, Resident Evil it's not Code Veronica anymore. Resident Evil Veronica, Spyro, A Realm Beyond, Crazy Taxi, Wo Long, and Rayman Retold. All of those had Switch 2 logos on them. So I don't know if we're necessarily going to see those trailers in the Nintendo Direct. We might. We may see them in the Nintendo Direct. But those games are definitely coming to Switch at this point. I'm done with a bunch of stressful stuff that's finally over. So yeah, now this is happening. Yeah. That's great to hear, man. I'm glad that that you dealt with everything. That was the school stuff, yeah? Nintendo might reiterate on them, but I'm more curious about what we haven't seen. Yeah, exactly. This is where the guessing game begins. Absolutely. A day after my freedom. Yeah, glad that you're free. Glad that you're finally being liberated from those stressful situations. Now you can just relax and have a bit of fun and watch a Nintendo Direct with us. It's why I couldn't react to the other showcases, so I missed Persona 6. Thankfully, Persona 6's trailer was just a teaser. I don't feel you probably didn't miss much. It's really cool. Don't get me wrong, it was a surprise, but in truth, it was just a teaser. I think you're good. The game is Animo. It's a creature collector and survival game. I need to look that up. Let me pull up different. Ah, no, I'm all the way zoomed in. That's not good. Animo. I feel like I know that. Oh, yes. I've seen this. Yeah. I've seen this one. Yeah, I recognize the key art with the girl walking across the tree bridge across the river. I recognize that one. See, everyone talks about games like Pal World being the Pokemon killer. I don't think so. I think Pal World is way too different. There are so many Nintendo rage channels on YouTube. They're just anti-Nintendo. Anything Nintendo does, it's a bad thing. There are some times where I am definitely opposed to some of the things Nintendo does. They are business after all. I don't necessarily agree with everything they do. But there is, at very least for the most part, I can look at what they do and go, okay, that makes sense to me. Like I said, like with the price of games going up. I said this from the very beginning. I don't like that the price of games went up, but I understand why they went up. You know? And, but, you know, then you got these antis. You got these rage tubers that are always just like, Nintendo raised the prices, they're just so greedy. When it was basically just Nintendo responding to the market pressures. The price of certain things has gone up. The taxes on plastics has gone up. It's all kinds of things that have really emphasized, you know, this huge step that we've had in game prices going up. And not to mention all of the AI dude bros that are buying up all of the chips ever, forcing everyone to raise prices. But, you know, they have a blind eye to when Xbox puts their prices up, or when PlayStation puts their prices up. But as soon as Nintendo does, oh my goodness, greediest company in the world! These people are genuinely evil! And it's like, holy crap, you think Nintendo are evil because they put the prices up? You need to see what EA does. You need to look at the long list of crimes of Bobby Kotick from Activision. You want to see evil? Yeah, take a look at some of those CEOs. Yikes. That's evil. Holy shit. But like there's a YouTuber I used to follow him. I used to be subscribed to the channel, but they went full in on the Nintendo is pure evil. And I'm just like, yeah, you know what? I can't deal with this anymore. And every time there is something that comes out about Pal World, they always say, that's it. Pokemon is done for forever. That's the end. Nintendo are never going to recover from this. Pokemon is a dead franchise because of Pal World. And I'm like, you are out of your fucking mind. Are you serious? You think one indie game that is doing really well is going to overturn literally millions upon millions of lifetime sales? The most profitable franchise in the world. You think that an indie game is going to topple that empire? It would be funny if it did. But ain't gonna happen. And I gotta be honest, this is where I was, okay, that was a tangent. This is where I was getting at. I don't think Pal World is the Pokemon killer. I don't. Because Pal World is fun for some. I personally am not, I don't really have an interest in it. But Pal World is too different from Pokemon. That's why they failed. That's why Nintendo failed so miserably in court. Pal World is too different. The people who play Pal World and the people who play Pokemon are not looking for the same thing. And so there's no way that Pal World is going to overthrow, dethrone Pokemon. It's just never going to happen. Yeah, so what I was going to say though is I think it's games like Animo. Animo are the ones that have the potential to overthrow Pokemon because they're so much closer to what Pokemon is, but they do things differently and they do some things a lot better. That's the problem with Pokemon, is that they're too afraid to change, but they know they can't stay the same. So a lot of the changes that you get in the Pokemon series are superficial. And so a lot of people will just go, I'm not interested, this is the same game again. And you know, some people are into that, some people want just more Pokemon, and that's cool. That's fine. If I'm never going to say that Pokemon should never be made. People need to make the games that they want to make, and people should buy the games they want to play. But it is interesting to me that, you know, when people say, oh, this is the Pokemon killer, it very rarely is. It's these subtle ones. It's like Animo, the one that Melissa just pointed out. Animo looks really good. And it looks like it's doing something that Pokemon hasn't done yet. Sorry, wrong button. Sorry, excuse me, my buttons are all mixed up. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, it's working now. Cool, cool. So, like, Pout says, I hope there are games coming, this direct since the Switch 2 released a year. I know, right? I felt that way as well. I feel like, the games that Nintendo have been releasing in the past year. See, I was under the impression that Nintendo just haven't been releasing many games. They have. They've actually released games on average 1 per month since the Switch released. Did you know that? I didn't. Because they're not the games that I tend to play. I'm not a big fan of Tomodachi Life, for example. Kirby... what's it called? What's it called? Air Ride. Air Ride. Kirby Air Ride. Not my cup of tea. I didn't like the original. I had no interest in the new one. I played Mario Kart World. I played Donkey Kong. But there's been a bunch of games that Nintendo have been releasing. Not all of them have been good. Almost none of them have been like AAA games, you know, or Nintendo's version AAA. But they've been releasing games. It's just like they go under the radar because we haven't been getting Nintendo Directs. They don't do a lot with advertising. And the games just kind of release, and unless you are, you know, deep in that bubble, you don't hear about it. But it really does feel like Nintendo is missing powerhouse games. You know? There's no new Zelda. There's been no new Mario. Even Luigi's Mansion would be a great one to reveal. But like their big heavy hitting games, we haven't seen them. But they're still releasing games. They're just not the big names, you know? They're not the powerhouse names. But I really do hope that we will see more of that tonight. Yeah. Second I sent my message, I got called by the boss. That's cool, bro. That's all good. Nintendo isn't the most bad company out there, but I still don't like the decision. Oh, absolutely, I completely agree with you. Completely agree. I think that we can call a company bad. We can say that we disagree with the things that they've done, but there's a lot of stuff that we don't know that's going on behind the scenes, and it is a judgment call from an outsider's perspective. So there's always a little bit of leeway. We have to give everything like a little grain of salt. We might not agree with some of the decisions, but we also don't know what led to those decisions. At very least, if you're not, you know, reading the business news, which I used to. I used to read translations of Japanese newspapers so that I could understand Nintendo's decisions. And one thing I can definitely tell you in regards to the prices going up, that was a long time coming. The only reason that Nintendo didn't raise the prices sooner was because they genuinely didn't believe that they could raise the prices on the Switch. They waited for the Switch 2. But that was a long time coming. It was basically being delayed for like 3 years. Because of the prices of manufacturing, different taxes, things like tariffs and all that. The world is a wild place. Lots of things are changing. AI, crypto mining, all of these things that were basically being were buying up all of the computer parts, all the chips and everything. And then you got companies like Sony, which stockpiled chips to try and stop everyone else from getting their hands on them. You got Nvidia that's doing the same thing, and now Nvidia is selling chips to the military, you know? And it's like, this was a long time coming. The price increase was something that was going to happen. And it should have happened sooner, but no one thought that they could get away with it. I don't, like I said, I don't like the price going up. I completely understand why. 100% understand. And as much as I dislike it, I have to agree with it. It was the right move. At the end of the day, we're not going to get any Nintendo games if Nintendo runs out of money. So, yeah. I think one of the other problems is the, like, rapid expansion. That does end up costing a lot of money, and a lot of different companies have gone through rapid expansion recently. So they kind of need to, you know, make good games to recoup that, but instead they're just putting the prices up. Yeah. Just because one company is more greedy and evil than other ones does not automatically mean that another company increases their prices and not greedy too. It just means they are less greedy. Companies are no saints. They exist to sell a product, and that's fine. It's what they're there for. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I completely agree. I'm not saying that Nintendo isn't greedy because Activision or EA is worse. I'm just saying that, you know, on the sliding scale, Nintendo by no means, you know, at the top of that list. Oh, my chat just jumped. Okay, there we go. Why is Nintendo mad at games like Pal World? They're a very big company and won't lose a lot of stuff because of one game. Okay, so this is going off on a complete different tangent, so I'll try to make this brief. There's a certain rule within law, right? And it's in trademark law specifically, that if you don't protect your trademark, you lose your trademark. So one of the best example of this is like AM2R. So not only was Nintendo already making a Metroid 2 remake, but because AM2R was straight up called Metroid 2, Nintendo needed to protect their trademark. And so, because if they didn't protect their trademark, they would lose their trademark. It means that literally anyone would be able to make a Metroid game, and it would be quote-unquote official. Obviously, it's not official because it's not by Nintendo, but that's the problem. That's the reason why they go after companies that do that. The thing with Palworld, and this is the problem, this is what I've said this from the start, Nintendo's lawsuit with Palworld was so mishandled. I think that they had a case, like a copyright case, against Palworld, but they didn't go for copyright. That was a mistake. That was a huge mistake. And that was... It was a surprise, but yeah, Nintendo were basically setting themselves up to lose that, which they did. To be fair, Nintendo isn't helping themselves with the recent decisions like prices and Palworld lawsuits. Well, like I said, I've already talked about prices. I'm not going to go through that again. The Palworld lawsuit is insane. It really is. It looks scummy. On the outside, it absolutely looks scummy. Even though there are, like I said, there are laws related to trademark, the whole Palworld thing was completely mishandled. Completely mishandled. What an absolute cock-up. I hate the mentality that just because another game comes out that this is vaguely similar, that the game is the same genre, will suddenly die. I haven't heard the same about Trails. Sky Second will fail because other RPGs are out this September. Exactly. Yeah, you don't get that. Like, it very rarely happens. No one is going, oh my goodness, it's the Final Fantasy killer. Oh my goodness, it's the God of War killer. You know, it doesn't happen. It only ever happens with something like Pokemon, because it's so popular, you know? It's a rage bait. That's all it is. It's just rage bait. I don't pay attention to people saying the game is going to be insert game genre killer here. Still waiting for the Smash killer. Yeah, everyone's waiting for the Smash killer. Everyone keeps saying, oh, it's going to be this Nickelodeon game. No, it won't. Nah, that's not going to happen. Yeah, Kirby Air Riders. That's the one I was looking for, yeah. I do have to react with a bunch of friends on voice chat, so this might not stick around during the direct. Might return after. No, that's cool. That's all good. Just because it's not a game you're interested in doesn't mean it's a bad game. I'm not interested in most PlayStation Showcase games because they all have similar ultra-realistic... Yeah, that's something that bothers me as well. I feel like for some companies, the concept of art style is just dead. It's like, oh, it's gotta be as realistic as possible. No, I play video games to get away from realism. Thank you. I'm happy people enjoy them, but couldn't care less. Same. Nintendo might have wanted, may have waited with raising prices for Switch 2 itself, which in my region was only 50 euros. Finally bringing it in line with the USA, but games are a different story. Huh? Mario Kart World Physical should never be 90 euros. Oh yeah, like the prices that you pay in Europe are ridiculous. They're worse than Australia. Yeah, slightly. Slightly worse than Australia. Not like hugely worse. America still has it best, but yeah. To me, the Switch 2 is already overpriced. It's not. It's incredibly underpriced. It's like they're not quite selling it at a loss, but they're not making much money on the Switch console itself. They aren't. It used to be back in the day that consoles were sold at a loss, But due to the way that financial institutions now judge a company based on growth rather than net profit, it means that you can't sell something at a loss anymore. If you sell something at a loss, you basically treat it as though your company is dying. But it is not overpriced. The console itself is not overpriced. The console, the Switch 2 is roughly the same power as a Xbox Series S, but it's also portable. You gotta remember that that is a huge, huge value increase. It's the reason that a lot of portable devices are more expensive than their you know, PC counterparts, because they've got to be miniaturized, and because they have to have additional cooling, they have to have special cooling, they have to use specific chipsets so that they can fit it inside the system, and sometimes those chipsets are way more expensive than their home computer / home console counterparts. I may have to go. It's 9 p.m. We're about to eat dinner. We'll catch your next stream, though. No worries. You have a good evening, Melissa. We're going to be still going until, like, probably about 2 a.m. So that's, like, 3 hours away. So if you still want to come back and stick around and listen to us chatting about the Nintendo Direct, you're very welcome to come back. And same goes for everyone else. Like, I know there's a lot of people that do their own watch parties. Stylish is going to be watching something with friends. OJ is going to be watching stuff with friends. So if you want to come back and have a conversation after the Direct is over, absolutely welcome to do that. Have a good one, Melissa. Have some good foods. Enjoy your meals. 500 was like a limit of how much I can pay for my standards, and that's the thing. I think that is a different argument, and I can completely understand that. If the Switch 2 is too much for you to afford, that's different entirely, and I completely understand that. There's a lot of people that will say, hey, that's outside of my means, or considering the Switch 2 is unproven, because we haven't had a lot of games yet, have we? A lot of, heavy hitting games. Because it's unproven, it's hard to say, yeah, that console is worth $500. Because you don't know what's on it. A console is only as good as the games that release on it. And right now, we're not seeing a lot of that. We're not seeing a lot of really good first-party games coming from Nintendo. And for a lot of third-party games, aside from the portability aspect, a lot of those other games will run better on other systems like the PlayStation 5 or the Xbox. Not the Xbox Series S, though. In fact, Pragmata was a really good example of this. Pragmata runs better on the Switch than it does on the Xbox Series S. Obviously, the X, it runs better, but with the Xbox Series S, it runs better on the Switch. Even though the Switch 2 is less powerful than the Series S, it's the way the power is being utilized. And that's what makes it, even though it is still considered an underpowered system, it can still perform better than other competitors like the Xbox Series S. In certain circumstances, if the games are properly optimized and tuned for the system. And that is, again, that's another thing that's completely up in the air. And, if people don't bother with the optimizing and they just release the game and just go, it's not my fault it doesn't work, then, yeah, we got a problem. It's really interesting to see how Japanese developers like Nintendo and Falcom are doing great. Monolith Soft still hiring more people Falcom having a 1,227% operating profit growth. Meanwhile, Xbox and other Western companies keep cutting corners and firing people. Yeah, they keep having to fire. Xbox, I think, I was a little bit unsure when Sasha Ara? I've forgotten where her name is. Hang on. Xbox Sasha. Asha Sharma. Sorry, not Sasha. Asha Sharma. When Asha Sharma came in, and everyone was like, oh yeah, so she's going to be the new lead of Xbox. Okay. What's her history? What are her credentials? What makes her capable of leading Xbox? And then it's all like, oh, she worked with AI. She was a marketing consultant. And she's never run a video games company before. And I'm like, oh, shit. Well, man, this is gonna suck. But it turns out she's actually done really well. I like what she's doing with Xbox right now. And yes, she has had to cut some of the fat. That's unfortunate. But you gotta take into consideration what the Western companies like Microsoft were engaging in prior to Asha Sharma's takeover was runaway expansionism. So they'd be like, oh, we need to hire someone to make this game. You know, we've got a development team over here that are doing nothing. No. We need those just in case. Let's hire more people. Okay, well, we've hired like 50 new people. We need a new manager to take care of those people. All right, okay, so we'll hire in some new managers. Actually, we hired 3 managers. Now we kind of got 3 managers that aren't really doing anything. We need to hire some more people so that those managers actually have something to do. Let's hire 50 more people. You know, and there's just this runaway expansionism that's been happening in Western games industry because of the way the stock market works. These days, the stock market is based on growth. It's not based on, were you profitable? Yes. It was, were you more profitable than last year? And if the answer is no, the stock prices tumble. And that's a bad thing. That's huge. In a public company, that is actually a problem. So when Asha Sharma comes in and just starts firing a bunch of people, that really, really sucks. I really wouldn't want to be her. I also wouldn't want to be someone who's getting fired. But, you know, you need to trim the fat. These companies just keep... Look at Ubisoft. Ubisoft has, like... At one point, they were... I think it was like 70,000 people. And most of them were doing nothing. They were going to work at Ubisoft and playing air hockey. That was their job, going into Ubisoft and playing air hockey. They had so many people on the books, they were paying so many people that they were losing money because they literally had nothing to give them. I'm having some onigiri and soft drinks. We'll see. Like, oh, that sounds good. Yes. Yes, that sounds very good. I like that. Gotta say, I love Nintendo announcing a direct always less than 24 hours. Yeah, right? I'm actually kind of annoyed about this. I don't know if you've seen the loading zone yet, because that one was going up late anyway, because I had to do some additional recording when I came home from the doctor. And, so it was going out late anyway, and just as I finished exporting the video and started uploading it, Nintendo announced that they're going to be doing Nintendo Direct, and I'm like, I am not re-editing that video. That is not happening. I'm not recording anymore. This video is going out. I'm just going to make a comment and say that I'm doing Nintendo Direct stream. That's not happening, okay? No. No. Stop it, Nintendo. Don't make me redo stuff. Originally, I was going to get a Switch 2, then the next Smash Bros. When the next Smash Bros. Was announced, but since they're going to increase after September, I decided to get it now before the price increases. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think that's probably a good idea. Because, let's be real, if you don't see the value in it now, when they put the price up, it's going to be even harder to justify. So I completely understand. Yeah. And that's the thing. When people say to me, I don't like people saying it's too expensive. I don't think that's true. What I think the problem is like you said, it's outside of your means. That is a problem. And it's a problem that I've talked about. I've talked about this with video games. I've talked about this with Games Workshop. I've talked about this with computer parts. Every time you raise the price, you eliminate another large portion from your monetization base, right? You gotta look at it like a pyramid. The people with the most money are few. The people with very little money are in the billions, right? You need to price your product somewhere where you get a good balance, so that the people on the lower end of the pyramid can still afford it. Because if those people can afford it, you've got potential millions upon millions upon millions of purchasers. As soon as you go up, you are eliminating millions of people from the ability to purchase your product, and therefore you need to put the price up, so that the fact that those millions of people can't afford to buy it can be covered for by the people who are going to buy it. But every time you put the price up, you eliminate more people. So that's a problem. That's a problem I've seen it with so many other hobbies and so many other expensive like technology. Mobile phones is another one. Some of these prices, this is what, runaway pricing is that they realize, oh, we're not going to get, basically our consumer base is at saturation because our consumer base is considerably smaller than it used to be. We have to put the price up because otherwise we can't continue to operate. And it's a downward spiral. It's a continuous downward spiral, and it sucks. And the problem is companies like Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, they can only react to the way the market is moving. They don't dictate the market. And so, sadly, a lot of people are going to go, oh, PlayStation put the price up again. Xbox is putting their prices up. Nintendo putting their prices up. And everyone's going to attack those companies. Sometimes with good reason. But I can almost guarantee you, every time there's a price increase, it's because something else behind the scenes has changed. A particular chip that is required has gone up in price. The price of screens has gone up in price. The price of little component parts like buttons and control sticks, they don't generally go up in price very often. Jumping from one technology to another, for example, like jumping to a Hall effect controller, that will increase the price dramatically. But honestly, I'm okay with spending an additional $30 for a controller if it's got Hall effect joysticks. It's the reason I spent so much money to get the Xbox Elite and then later on the Xbox Elite 2, because it's worth it. Because I never have to replace those joysticks. When it comes to the Joy-Cons on the Switch and Switch 2, you could buy Hall effect joysticks from 𝗬𝗓𝗄. And I would recommend that if you want the best experience from your Switch, Xbox, or PlayStation, any system that doesn't have Hall effect joysticks, get your 𝗬𝗓𝗄 joystick replacements. Get them. They're worth it. They are 100% worth it. And they're about between 30 and 50 bucks to replace a pair. So do it. Absolutely. Get into learning how to maintain and fix your consoles. That's important, especially if you are, you know, on the lower rung of that monetization pyramid. If you are on a lower rung, it's better to learn how to fix things. I guarantee you. It is better to learn, oh, my joystick is crapped out on me. I'm going to buy a new joystick and replace it, rather than having spent $100 to replace the entire controller. That's why I highly recommend invest in a small welding station. If you genuinely love your video games and you want to keep them running as long as possible, invest in a small welding station, learn how to weld, not weld, weld. Sorry, not welding. Get yourself a small soldering station, or if you're American, soldering. You know, back in the day, soldering was illegal. Anyway, soldering station. Yes, no welding station. You don't need to weld anything to your Switch 2. Invest in a small soldering station. It's gonna be like, I'm just thinking, 20 bucks for the silicon mat. You could probably get a soldering iron for like 15 bucks off Amazon. It's worth it. It's worth it to learn. I promise you. I got the Switch. I got the Switch 2 day one, mostly because I have a lot of Switch games and my controllers were dying. Stick drift and my right Joy-Con doesn't work remotely at all. Yikes. That's not great. But yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? But yeah, I got it day one as well, but I stream, so, you know, I kind of get my money's worth. I wanted a new system to play my Switch games on, and that was the other thing as well. You guys have probably by now seen the photographs that I posted to Discord of my office. You can see how many Switch games I got. Buying a Switch 2 has value to me because all of those games work better now. I was doubtful of the new CEO. I was happy to be proven wrong. Absolutely. Same. Yeah. Asha Sharma, I think she's doing a fantastic job. I look forward to seeing what she has in store for us. I really hope that that Xbox continues to grow. Did you see the green Xbox? Did you guys see that? The Xbox 25? Look, I'm not saying I need a third Xbox, but I kind of think I need a third Xbox, alright? Since I started getting into gaming news around 2019, it's the first time I was excited for Xbox. It's kind of been like that, yeah. Yeah, Xbox has been it's been a roller coaster. I wasn't on board with the Xbox One, but I do like the series. The series is actually really good. Hey, Anonymous, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Marley, welcome. You still can't emote. Maybe you've got mono. That would suck. The irony of waiting with the loading zone to avoid having to provide a comment about your medical situation, only for you to put a comment in anyway because Nintendo's antics. I know, you gotta laugh though at the end of the day. It's really funny, but it's really annoying, but it's also funny, you know. It's always the same. It's like I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna have to re-edit this. So let's just. I should have just released it on Monday. I should have. I should have just released it on Monday. Oh my goodness. I find it incredible that computer technology is basically reliant on this really small village in the Netherlands because ASML is based there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's a company that needs rapid expansionism. That one right there. Yeah, come on. ASML. Let's get that one doing some rapid expansionism. The universe went, you can't glitch Prince of Persia anymore, so we glitched your paid emotes. Oh no. I'm sure there's a way around it. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is. Maybe you just need to do some updates. I know there's been a lot of updates recently. Like, I had to do like 60 updates on my phone yesterday or the day before. I checked a few days ago. I have over 80 Switch pieces of software. It's kind of shocking when I discovered that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, Oh, I miscounted that. There's about 75 games per shelf. And I have 5 shelves. That's not a brag. That's not me going, I have so many more games than you. That's just me going, man, I've spent a lot of fucking money. I could have probably afforded a house by now, you know? Yeah, it's about 75 games per shelf, and I've got 5 full shelves of Switch games. That doesn't include all the other stuff. Interested to see this super jump up. I can't speak today. I'm interested to see this direct. The Xbox surprised me showing Spyro since he's PlayStation Boy. Yeah, right? That was actually something which I didn't get around to mentioning, is that the fact that the Xbox it was the Xbox showcase that showed Spyro. I think that demonstrates that Spyro is really breaking away from its origins. It's wild. That's an insane thing to see. Depends on how big the shelf is and how wide it is. Well, that's what I'm saying, is that I just counted. I've got about 75 games per shelf, and I've got 5 shelves of Switch games. And that isn't even counting my my digital purchases. Actually, no, it's Switch and Switch 2 games. It's Switch and Switch 2 games. But I'm not buying any key cards, so I'm only buying first-party Nintendo games for Switch 2 physically. Oh, that doesn't even count all my special editions. Look at, you can see all my special editions behind me. Sorry, I don't mean to brag. It's not a brag thing, like I said. I could probably have bought a house by now if I just... Yeah, I think the Xbox showcase was really promising. There's a few things that didn't really appeal to me, like Gears of War E-Day. I'm great. I'm glad that Gears of War is back. I've never really played the Gears series. I would like to play the Gears series, actually. But I'm useless with console shooters. If I can play it with keyboard and mouse, I would rather play shooters keyboard and mouse. But yeah, like Gears, E-Day, I'm kind of like in between on that one. I would like to play it, but you can play it keyboard and mouse actually on Xbox Series. You just plug in a keyboard and mouse to the Xbox and it works. So I might look into playing more games like Halo. Actually, I've got the Halo Master Chief Collection on PC. I don't need to be buying that again. I could look at playing the Gears games on Xbox in the future. If they've got mouse and keyboard compatibility. I imagine the new ones will. God of War, just not really. God of War Laufey, I guess it looks interesting. Not really appealing to me. I don't play God of War. I think I played the original, maybe, and I don't know, maybe one day I'll go back to the God of War series and I'll play through it and I'll be like, oh, okay, no, that makes sense. I kind of like this now. But as of right now, I've got zero interest in God of War. I mentioned this earlier, but I was excited about Crazy Taxi. But then I discovered that they used AI to make Crazy Taxi. I'm really disappointed in Sega for that one. Yeah. I can't say that I'm excited for Crazy Taxi anymore. I might pick it up, but I'm only going to buy it on special. I'm not going to get it. I'm not going to be rushing out to get it day one. But Spyro looks good. I am really hyped for Alien Isolation 2. What else is there? Resident Evil Veronica. I am so hyped for that one. I know that it's going to kill my channel again. I know it is. I don't care. I've stopped caring. I'm just going to play where I want to play. I'm going to stop worrying about my numbers. I'm just going to play the games that I actually love. And I'm going to play Code Veronica when it releases. It's happening. Spyro taking a break from its ex-PlayStation to date Xbox on the side. Even when I'm not interested, it's the principle of old series finally getting something new, which makes you hopeful for other things. Yeah, exactly. I'm okay with that. That's I don't have a problem with God of War or, you know, Gears getting new. I want to see people who enjoy those series enjoy more games, you know? That's all I care about, really, is people getting the games that they love. And, you know, it's not necessarily for me, but it's an enjoyable experience. It's something that's worth it for someone. And that's why I find it very difficult to be critical. Even with Nintendo Directs, even if there's a bunch of games that I just like, I have no interest in this, I already know that there's a huge fan base for so many games. Games that, you know, a lot of people are going to go, I've never heard of that before. Like, if I was to, when I say about stuff like Powerhouse Games, right? I'm talking about, if I was to talk to my mother about video games, would she recognize the game? If I said Kirby Air Riders, she'd look at me stupid. If I was to say Tomodachi Life, she'd look at me stupid. If I was to say Mario, she'd be like, oh yeah, I know Mario. If I was, in fact, she's played Mario. If I was to say Legend of Zelda, she'd be like, oh, that's your favorite series. You know? If I was to say Mario Kart, she'd be like, oh, yeah, I remember Mario Kart on the SNES. But if I turn around and I say Kirby Air Riders, nah. If I say Tomodachi Life, nah. If I say Miitopia, nah. I would even imagine she wouldn't recognize like Animal Crossing, because I didn't have Animal Crossing until the 3DS. I wasn't interested in Animal Crossing until 3DS. So that's what I mean by powerhouse. My mother has kind of become my my mother has become my barometer for whether or not I think a game is a big name title, you know? If my mother knows it, it's a big name title. Halo Master Chief Collection is 100% worth it. I played all of them in co-op. It's a lot of fun, just pretending Halo 5 doesn't exist. You will miss nothing. I know. Yeah. Yeah, I've been meaning to play through it. Like, a friend of mine bought Master Chief Collection for me for my birthday one year and sent it to me on Steam. It was actually kind of funny the way he did it. He kind of just, in the middle of a conversation, he just started being on his phone. And I'm like, wow, really? Just ignoring me on my birthday? And he said, I just sent you your birthday present. And I'm like, what? I checked my phone. He sent me Master Chief Collection. And I'm like, oh, dude, that's awesome. Thank you so much. That's excellent. I played a little bit of Master Chief Collection. I played the original, a little bit of the original Halo. And I'm like, should I be playing this or should I be playing it on stream? That's something I feel like I need to share that experience because it's kind of like my first time playing through the game. All the way through. I've played it with friends. I played a little bit co-op with friends, but I've never played the game all the way through. So, yeah. That's something I decided I wanted to do on stream. So I need to figure out a time and a place to actually, you know, play Halo. They keep saying none of this AI is still in the game. It was just during the brainstorming phase, but I really don't want to bother. No, there was definitely AI in the background stuff. Sega said that they used AI to do background images and decorations. They started off by saying, it was used in brainstorming, and then people were pointing out, then why is there AI images in the trailer? And they were like, oh yes, it was used for background so that our creative leads could focus on the important things in the game. So they didn't have to focus on making all the backgrounds and stuff. I was like, well, I mean, that's a part of the identity of the game. So it's kind of important to have someone who is actively trying to make those background aspects or assets or models that fit with the universe. By the way, same here. I usually go into showcases. It's just nice to see variation. Oh yeah, oh no, absolutely, absolutely. I do like to see games. I do feel like Nintendo is kind of falling behind on some of their big titles. They definitely need to release, not even release, but like announce some big titles today. We need a Mario. We need a Zelda. And I don't even necessarily mean we need them to, you know, I need a trailer telling me that the next Legend of Zelda game is coming out next week. You know, I'm not looking for that. I'm just looking for an announcement saying Zelda is in development. Anyway, actually, I said that I went for a 2-hour introduction into this before the direct started, so we would have time to talk about what we think we're gonna see in the trailer, and we've only got half an hour left. We haven't even gotten to that yet. So what do you guys think or what would you like to see? I don't necessarily mean to ask you what are your predictions. What would you guys love to see in this Nintendo Direct? Y'all just been complaining and said, shh. It's been a, look, I've been sick. I haven't been streaming. And that means I haven't had an opportunity to complain. Okay, so these are what I've got written down on my list. These are some of these are things I'm kind of expecting to see. There are a couple of things on here though that are just kind of those you know, gamer senses tingling. Just let me put a mark next to that one and that one. Okay, so first up, I think that we will get an announcement for a 3D Mario game. I do. I think that one of the first things that we're going to see is probably the next 3D Mario game. I've seen a lot of people been talking about how Mario Galaxy 3 has been leaked. And I'm like, I'm not 100% convinced. It wouldn't surprise me if they did something Galaxy related, seeing as the Mario Galaxy movie was just released. It could be like a cross-promotional thing, that they introduce the Galaxy aspects to the movie to get people hyped for there's going to be a Galaxy game. I don't think it's necessarily going to be Super Mario Galaxy, though. I think it's going to take aspects of Super Mario Galaxy, but it's going to be its own game. Kind of like the way that Super Mario Odyssey... Yeah, Super Mario Odyssey used elements from Super Mario 64 and stuff like that. I think that's what we're going to see. Something that's got some Galaxy aspects, but it's not Galaxy. I think there's going to be more than one Mario, actually. Because it's been a while since we've had Wonder. I know Wonder's had a Switch 2 update. And I think there's supposed to be a second... I don't know if that's actually being released yet. I think there's supposed to be a second DLC for Super Mario Wonder. But I do think that we might actually see... a new 2D Mario game as well. I think we might see both, a 3D and a 2D. Speaking of big, heavy-hitting names, Legend of Zelda. I still strongly believe that re-releases of Zelda games are coming. Specifically, the Wii U games. Twilight Princess and Wind Waker HD. I do think they're coming. I don't... They might be in one collection. But I don't think they will be. I think they're going to be individual. What I think is going to be the next remake, though... Like, a lot of people have been saying about Ocarina of Time. I do think that there's an Ocarina of Time in the making. Oh, it just started. Oh, it's got half an hour to go yet. I think there is an Ocarina of Time remake in the making. And I wouldn't be surprised if they tell us about that tonight. But I think the next one that we will see is going to be... a remake of A Link Between Worlds. And that one's going to be a serious remake, because they need to be able to do all of the 3D stuff in a way that works for a 2D, not so much a 2D, but you know what I mean. Something that isn't using a 3D screen. They need to change it so it's not so that it works on a traditional screen. I think that's possible. If they give you a little bit of camera control, that you'll be able to play A Link Between Worlds. But I really think that game needs to be released on the Switch. And I think that they are probably going to work towards that. So there could be a lot of Zelda stuff honestly. There could be a lot of Zelda stuff tonight. I don't think they would do too much, but I do think that there's going to be a fair bit of Zelda tonight. Like, they're finally going to drop the entire bag on us and say, okay, so this is happening, this is happening, this is happening, this is happening. Also, don't forget about the movie. And, because we didn't get much in the way of, like, a proper anniversary for Legend of Zelda. So I think now is going to be that time that they're going to say, hey, look, we do remember. We do remember that it's Zelda anniversary. OJ says, I would love to see a Kyoto Xanadu English release or / publisher announcement. I'd also love to see something Xenoblade. I've heard rumors of Xenoblade Chronicles 2 Definitive Edition, but I'm kind of trying to temper my expectations. Don't want to set up failure. No, it's fine. Hey, look, there's no expectations. We're not going into this thinking that everything that we talk about today is gonna happen. We're just talking about what we would like to see, you know? It's a lot more casual than just simply saying, oh, well, I'm predicting this, and this, and if that doesn't happen, Nintendo are shit. You know? We're just having a conversation, having a discussion. Actually, speaking of things about tempering expectations, I don't think we're going to get a lot of Pokemon. I think that Pokemon Company are going to do their own direct in the future. So they may do, like, some Pokemon stuff. They might talk about DLC, or they might talk about upcoming titles, but I don't think we're going to get any, like, massive major announcements. Pokemon Company are going to do that with their own stuff in the future. Probably some Star Fox, because that's coming soon. Of course, they're going to mention Star Fox. That's kind of important. Sorry, who mentioned this earlier? Duskbloods. Who mentioned Duskbloods earlier? I think that was Cyberduck. Yeah, Cyberduck was talking about Duskbloods. I completely agree with that one. I think Duskbloods is going to be a thing. I think we're finally going to see what Duskbloods is all about. And I'm kind of hyped for that. I'm very curious. I kind of feel like it's almost like a hero shooter sort of game. I'm not raising my expectations on that one just yet. I don't want to, you know, think it's going to be something and it turns out to be something else. But I am curious. I am really curious what they're going to do, and I'm finding it very interesting that FromSoft decided the Duskbloods is going to be a Switch exclusive. That's really interesting. Duskbloods needs to be here. It's announced as a Switch 2 after all. Yeah, it's exclusive for Switch 2 apparently. So they need to do something with that. They need to remind people that that game exists. I'm very curious what it's going to be. I'm not entirely sure what it is just yet, but looks interesting. Looks like it could be fun. I'm not going to pretend that I even remotely know what it is, though. Oh, Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem. The new Fire Emblem. They need to do something about that. I think the new Fire Emblem is also going to get its own direct separately, maybe in like a month's time. Probably after the release of Star Fox. So in about a month or two's time, we're going to get another direct for Fire Emblem. But I do think that we're going to see some more about Fire Emblem tonight. Hey Tim, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? And I unfortunately probably never play a FromSoft game, Their policy of making hard games and not offering difficulty settings makes it incompatible for me. My reaction speed is simply not high. Yeah, completely understandable. Yeah. I get that. You made yourself a bingo card and dropped it in the Discord? That's cool. That is not a bingo card. I've been lied to. Kiko sent me a freaking adorable Nindoroid of Saber from the Fate series. She looks so cute, and she is eating, because that's all she does. She fights and she eats. This is specifically a Nindoroid from Today's Menu with the 𝗦𝗶 family. If you haven't watched that anime, I strongly recommend it. It'll actually teach you how to cook some things, and it's super wholesome. Where in the Discord did you drop it? I'm not seeing it anywhere. Oh, I see. You put it into the thread. Oh, of course. Yeah, it's in the Nintendo Direct thread. Of course it is. Check out the Nintendo Direct thread. It's in gaming chat. Let's see what Kiko says. Mario repainted. Okay. Ocarina of Time remake. Star Fox details. Mario movie teaser. Guild Wars. Oh my goodness, hells yeah. Guild Wars. If they announce Guild Wars is coming to the Switch, I'm gonna be really excited for that. A red translucent Switch. I see what Kiko's doing with that one. Red translucent Switch. That's because of the Xbox 25. Now, I am not going to be able to afford to buy an Xbox 25 and a red translucent Switch. So I kind of don't want them to release a red translucent Switch, okay? Sad game about animals? Yeah, that's definitely going to happen. Something like, you know, Red Lantern or, The Endlings or, was it Spirit of the North? Yeah. Sports game? Of course, there's going to be a sports game, obviously. Development has started on the next Zelda. Yeah, I've actually got that written down as well. I think that's something which is definitely going to happen. New Mario game. Yeah. Ace Attorney. Okay. Nintendo remembers F-Zero. Interesting that Kiko says Nintendo remembers F-Zero, because this is the one that's given me a little bit of a, you know, giving me that little bit of a tingle, you know? Gamer senses going off. I think we're going to get Punch-Out. I don't think they're going to remember we have F-Zero. I think Nintendo is working on a Punch-Out. I've got no reason to think this. It's just it's just my gut feeling telling me Punch-Out. Punch-Out is coming. And if it is, I'm excited for it. Pikmin spin-off? Ooh, a new Pikmin game would be great, yeah. Nintendo did remember F-Zero with F-Zero 99, and it's a good game, play it. I've been meaning to get to it. I have F-Zero on the SNES. I have played it a couple of times. I have not played the 99 version, and I probably should, eventually. Mario Kart World DLC, yeah, I think that's coming too. Kirby, maybe there'll be some new Kirby stuff. We did just get Air Riders, so I don't know if we'll necessarily get Kirby straight away, but it wouldn't surprise me if they've started development in the next Kirby game. Fire Emblem, yes. DS/3DS for NSO. Only if they also announce a second screen for the Switch 2. If they announce that there's going to be a second screen coming for Switch 2, then we know that DS/3DS is coming. Is that a farming sim? There's going to be like 30 of them. Fix the YouTube app. We don't currently have a YouTube app. So, yeah, that would be great. New Animal Crossing? I don't personally I don't feel that one. But I do see where you're coming from. I think there's still more DLC to come out for Animal Crossing New Horizon. I might be wrong about that. I think there's another part to the DLC. But yeah, okay. What even is Duskbloods? Thank you, Kiko. New Monolith soft game. Now, this is the one that I've been talking about for a while. I know that OJ has already mentioned Xenoblade. I don't think it's going to be a Xenoblade. I think we're going to start seeing either Xenosaga or Xenogears, a remake of Xenogears. That has been in my gut. I've had that gut feeling for months now that Monolith are working on something. So much so, I was absolutely convinced at the last Nintendo Direct that we are going to get some new information about either Xenogears or Xenosaga, and I was leaning towards Xenogears. I'm not entirely sure anymore. It might be more Xenosaga, but one of those. I am convinced. It's like screaming in the back of my head. There is a new Xeno, but it's not Xenoblade. Donkey Kong Bonanza 2, that could be fun. Definitely would be interested in getting some more story DLC. Your gut says Saga. I think mine does as well. Yeah. Game cart data sizes. That would be nice. That would be nice. They did expand it. Nintendo did expand the size of the game cards. So that's really cool. Mother 4. We're never getting Mother 4 because we're also never getting Mother 3. Unless they do like a collection. Earthbound Beginnings, Earthbound, and Mother 3 as one collection, and then announcing Mother 4. Otherwise, I don't think that will ever happen. Gunpei Yokoi doesn't even make games anymore. Actually, did Gunpei Yokoi... I think he passed away recently, didn't he? Wait, hang on a minute. I've confused these, haven't I? Hang on. No, I confused. It wasn't Gunpei Yokoi. It was... Oh, Shigesato Itoi. Sorry. Shigesato Itoi. He's not making games anymore, is he? Oh, Itoi claims that the final battle... Oh, okay. Itoi has said that he would not be involved in the fourth title of the series? That was in 2013. Never mind. Earthbound creator says new series installments is impossible. That he will not be working for... he will not be working on the fourth title in the series. Itoi's work has had an impact on other games such as Undertale. Yeah, I don't think we'll get a Mother 4. I don't think that's ever going to happen. I know you put it on as a joke, but yeah, just want to clarify that. I don't think that'll ever happen. Not at all. Anyway, yeah, so like I said, Mario 3D, but I also think a 2D Mario as well Zelda re-releases, as well as a remake of A Link Between Worlds, possibly something Ocarina of Time related, as well as the announcement of... Actually, I wonder if the new Zelda announcement, the one that I'm feeling right now, I wonder if that is going to be a big announcement of the Ocarina of Time remake. And then they're also going to say, also, Wind Waker HD and Twilight Princess is coming. That is possible. I think that might be it. Might be a little bit too early to say that they're going to be revealing the next big Zelda. Especially if they are going to be working hard on making a full, serious remake of Ocarina of Time. Like I said, Fire Emblem. I think Fire Emblem, we're going to see some Fire Emblem. Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. Star Fox. I think they're going to reveal a new feature for Star Fox. I think that's where it's going to be. I think they're going to be, oh, here's Star Fox. Don't forget, we're releasing Star Fox 64 again. Oh, but here's a new feature that wasn't in the original game. You know, they did say in the last announcement that there would be more features to be shown. And so I think that they're going to show some of those features today. Duskbloods. I genuinely think we're going to see Duskbloods. Not a lot about Pokemon. I can't imagine that they'll show much. They might show another trailer for Wind and Waves. But that's about it. I don't think we're going to get much of anything else. Maybe a Pokemon remakes. I mean, Tim mentioned Black and White remakes. That would be cool. That might be cool. Oh, hello. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Looks like we got like just a trailer running at the moment.
See your friends' reactions with camera play support. And up to 12 friends can play together online, including on Slumber Island.
Okay, so it's just showing some trailers before the whole thing starts. Okay. So here are my weird ones. Here are my weird ones. Captain Toad 2. That's not me saying that I think it's going to happen. That's me saying I really want a Captain Toad 2. Nintendo, come on. I just realized I'm a little bit tall there, aren't I? Should probably pull myself down a little bit so that I don't cover too much of the screen. There we go. Yeah, so Captain Toad 2, I think, alright, no worries, OJ. We're going to enjoy this direct, but I hope you do as well. And we'll catch you later for the after discussion. What did I just say? Captain Toad. Yeah. So here's my two I've got weird feelings about this, right? Two that I think are coming. Punch-Out!
Prep the R-Wings. We've got a job to do, Star
and a
Fox.
new 2D Metroid.
We're gonna take the system back from Andros. One planet
I think
at a
that's...
time.
Those are my
So
two
you want us to
big...
cause some mayhem.
I think we're going to see this. These are my two big, like, out-of-nowhere predictions.
We'll be pushing the limits like never
Not Captain Toad, sorry.
This is it, Star
Punch-Out
Fox.
and
Let's show 'em how it's done.
a new 2D Metroid.
Star Fox, available June 25th.
Listen to Nintendo.
Oh yeah,
games.
all the music from Super Mario Kart, sorry,
Music.
Super Mario Kart World. Mario Kart World is available on the Nintendo Music app now. Listen on computers and tablets?
Nintendo Music can now be accessed on web browsers, so you can listen
Oh.
on your computer.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
The larger screen helps make it easier to identify game titles and playlists you're interested in.
Ooh, okay. Well, I know what I'm going to be doing. I need to make some new playlists.
The Nintendo Music app is also available on compatible tablets.
Does that mean that it'll have
That
a
means you can browse
TV
music
app?
on a larger screen than you'd find on a smartphone.
Does that mean that it'll have a TV app?
On a larger screen than you'd find on a smartphone.
Ooh, There might be a TV app for it too. We might be able to get it on our telly. I also noticed that the Star Fox, I did notice that the new Star Fox thumbnail was in the list. So we're gonna get the Star Fox music as soon as it releases, it seems. That's really cool. Oh, it's on the oh!
From your vehicle's touchscreen.
Wow, okay.
Voice control is also available. You can say play.
That's sick. The fact that they've got the app running on cars with, you know, smart cars. That's nice. I like that. Because that's when I like to, you know, listen to this kind of music.
And upcoming releases to nostalgic classics. More tracks will be added to Nintendo Music over time.
They've got a really good library.
To match your lifestyle. You can listen to
listen in the work track. You can!
Anywhere.
Actually, speaking of work, where is Kay? Where's Kay?
Nintendo Music.
Nintendo Music is included with an active
Oh, no. No, 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 no.
Switch
Whoa, whoa.
online membership.
Hang on, I need to move that. Sorry about that. There you go.
Come one, come all. Here's what's sprouting in the Flower Kingdom. A new power-up. Rosalina and Luma.
Oh, she's sleeping. Oh, yeah, true.
Double badges. And oh, the Koopa And over in the brand new Belleville Park.
The cousin squad. Nice. Let me turn the volume up a little bit for this.
Team up. And speaking of teaming up, attractions galore in Attraction Central. Local wireless multiplayer, including game share support. Online
nice, nice.
Co-op attractions versus attractions. Lots of collectibles.
Yeah, see, this is exactly what I think. I liked Super Mario Wonder, but I feel like it really needed a lot of this stuff.
The Super Mario Brothers Wonder Nintendo Switch 2 Edition plus Meetup in Belleville Park game is available now on the Nintendo Switch 2 system. Nintendo Switch 2 players who already have Super Mario Brothers Wonder on Nintendo Switch can upgrade to the Nintendo Switch 2 Edition by purchasing the upgrade pack. 3 amiibo figures from Super Mario Brothers Wonder.
I got the Captain Toad one. I was so happy that Captain Toad is finally being recognized and has an amiibo. I bought that immediately. He's on my shelf. I love Captain Toad, and I want to see more Captain Toad. Let's go. Let's get Captain Toad 2, please. Come on, Nintendo.
Samus, I've been waiting for this.
I still haven't picked up his amiibo. We still haven't picked up Tennis Fever. This actually does look like a pretty good Mario Tennis game, not gonna lie. Like, Mario Tennis has been rather touch and go with a bunch of their releases. But, this looks pretty good. This looks fun. Okay, that looks less fun. I don't know about those bumpers. No, not too sure about that one.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, Baby Waluigi, they're really pushing him, aren't they, in this trailer? It's like, oh look, Baby Waluigi! I don't care. Here's Air Riders. Deal breaker 010 will play. Hey pal, you should get everyone over here to watch along with us. I gotta be honest, this game does look like a lot of fun. I just didn't get it. Like, I've tried playing it, and I just didn't get it. And actually, not this one, the original one, the GameCube one. I've tried playing it, I just don't get it. I'm not saying that it's a bad game or anything. It's just not something that I was I had any idea of what I was doing.
But what's she spending her money on? All right. Work it. I give up. Ever since Angie's misadventures in romance, unhappy Angie spotted.
Don't get why it warranted 3 directs of its own. Same. Like, I know a lot of people like it, but it's... I feel like there's a lot of people that like,
This will totally go viral. Sure, you do you. She understands that sometimes...
Like, people who like a game don't necessarily realize that there are more people out there that have never even heard of it. You know? And that's something which I think with, like, everyone who is psyched about Kirby Air Riders, that's fine, that's cool. I want you to enjoy the things that you enjoy. That's wonderful, that's beautiful, and I think that you should enjoy those things. But you gotta understand that not everyone does. And, it's just, you know, Kirby Air Riders is kind of one of those games where it's like, I think the people that know about the original game are severely in the minority. And so they get, those people get really excited and it's like, oh yeah, of course it deserves 3 Nintendo Directs. And I'm like, yeah, but as the 98% of people that never played the original, no it doesn't. I've got the Nintendo app. It's not sending me notifications anymore because my phone decided to take those permissions away from it. And I have no idea why. I just get a notification on my phone every so often saying, we have removed the permissions from this app. And I'm like, why? Why would you do that? I have that app for a reason. Let me get notifications. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Here he comes. 10 seconds. Lock in. You can turn that off? Really? Okay. I'll have to look into that.
Hello, everyone.
Hey.
I'm Yoshiaki Koizumi.
Koizumi-san.
Today's Nintendo Direct.
Welcome to the... Thank you for hosting a Nintendo Direct.
That's coming to the Nintendo Switch system.
We thought you forgot about us.
Please, take a look at this.
Hello.
Oh! Is this Rhythm Heaven?
My name is Miss Reeds, and I'm known for my reading aloud skills and more. Beep. I'm here today to help show you the Rhythm Heaven game. Beep.
I think we already knew about this, didn't we? So, they mentioned Rhythm Heaven previously. Ah, cool! It's not for me. I suck at rhythm games, right? So, again, not for me, but for everyone who loves Rhythm Heaven, there you go.
Playing this game is pretty simple.
Get launched,
Just get
frog.
into the groove and press the correct button. That's all there is to it. But it's not always the same rhythm.
It's not that easy either.
Listen
Stop
carefully
pretending
to
like
the
it's
beat.
easy.
Find your flow, and you'll be able to feel the rhythm. 2, 3, 4, now. 2, 3, now. 2, now. 2, 3, now.
See, that's what I can't do.
Over 80 all-new rhythm games are included.
I can't do rhythm games.
as
I
you
suck.
play through the
The
game,
closest thing
you
to a
can
rhythm
unlock
game that I'm
different
good at,
modes.
well, I say closest thing, it is
For
still a rhythm game,
example,
is
The king
Taiko no
on your
Tatsujin.
shoulders.
Actually not bad at that.
Finally.
On
you
easy
awake.
mode.
Go forth, magician,
I can't lose.
and use the magical power of rhythm to beat monsters. Cast a fire spell with BA, and a healing spell with B down A.
Ooh, do
down
you know
A.
what? I kind of like
Like
this
that.
magic system, though.
So you really want to fight, huh?
What spells will strike a chord against the foes
I,
you face?
hold on, I kind of like this
Move on
magic
and tip
system.
The scales to victory.
It's time for the Who's Got Rhythm quiz show.
Plus, there are even more rhythm games in the lineup. Enjoy all of this while playing solo. And
Dan, Emily, Leo, Sarah. We're under attack. Beep.
up to 4 players can enjoy dedicated rhythm games. Note the timing and block the arrows.
Grab the snack at exactly 3 o'clock. Beep.
Or aim for 3 o'clock on the dot.
Emily got the snack.
There are over 30 cooperative and competitive games to play. Get into the groove solo.
Oh, look at that.
Or with
That's
friends
a
when
really cool
Rhythm Heaven Groove hits
rhythm
the
game
Nintendo Switch
using
system
the
July
windscreen
2nd.
wipers. That's really cool. I
Pre-orders
like
are
that.
Available now on Nintendo eShop.
That's fun. I like that.
That was Rhythm Heaven Groove for Nintendo Switch. You'll also be able to play it on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Well, I would
Please
imagine
wait
so,
just
yeah.
a little longer for its release.
Okay.
From here, we'll introduce games coming to Nintendo Switch 2, including some games that will also be available on
Yeah,
Nintendo
yeah, I
Switch.
agree, Kiko. Definitely,
Let's begin with
definitely
some
interested in the local play stuff. I want to see more of that because it's a portable console. I want to see
Master
more
the way of the
people
sword.
playing together locally, you know?
Onimusha, Way of the
Nice!
Sword. A new entry in the
Onimusha.
Sword Play Action series is slashing onto Nintendo Switch 2.
Heck yeah!
Edo-era Kyoto has been overrun by monsters known as Genma. Now, Miyamoto Musashi must prove himself beyond measure.
Was that, sorry? The samurai Shigeru Miyamoto?
Deflect. And the powerful counterattack Isen. Master these techniques to
Yeah, this
strike
looks
down
sick.
the enemies in
This
your
is going to
path.
be great.
Oni armaments are also at your disposal to turn the tides of battle. You can even use Joy-Con 2 motion controls to intuitively slay Genma. As fates intertwine, will you cut down those that stand in your way? Onimusha, Way of the Sword, launches on Nintendo Switch 2, September 25th. Pre-orders begin later
I'm
today
kind of curious
on
as to,
Nintendo
you know,
eShop.
play it with the motion controls.
Your unwritten epic.
Oh, is this
begins.
Duskbloods?
Dragon's Dogma 2.
Oh, Dragon's
Dark
Dogma. Oh, of course
Arisen
it-
is heading to Nintendo Switch 2. You are the Arisen, a hero burdened with the fate of slaying
Pretend
the
that,
dragon who
pretend
was
I didn't
taken
do
apart.
that, okay? I was just so excited
In
that
this
we might
expanded
actually get some
version of
Duskbloods
Dragon's Dogma 2,
information.
Explore the new land of Morgan, seek out spoils, then appraise them to reveal new weapons, armor, or skills. With these arms at the ready, take down powerful monsters in this single-player action RPG adventure. From a fighter specializing in close-range combat to a mage skilled in spell casting, choose the vocation that fits your playstyle. Plus, you can lead up to 3 pawns, custom companions who
Ooh.
act on their own.
I
When
haven't
taking
played
on massive
Dragon's Dogma.
monsters,
I really
you
should.
can climb them to strike their weak points. Fighting alongside your pawns is
Yeah, this
key
looks
to victory.
really good.
In a world between
That's
dark
cool.
and light,
Breaking the
embark on an
tusks off.
adventure and tell a tale all your own. What fate awaits the Arisen and their pawns? Dragon's Dogma 2, Dark Arisen, launches on Nintendo Switch 2, October 9th.
Okay. I'm down for Dragon's Dogma. I've wanted to play those games for a while. Otherworldly endeavors.
Has been driven to the brink of annihilation.
There it is! I said Stellar Blade.
Now, join Eve on her mission to save
Nice.
humanity and reclaim the planet. Engage in high-speed combat that focuses on timing.
It's
Then
a
find your
it's a
opening
little
and
bit lower
strike.
fidelity, but not like
Defeat enemies to acquire new
not in a
skills.
huge way.
Then strategically deploy them to fit the situation. Can you save humanity?
like her hair is
and reclaim
definitely
her
lower
for
fidelity. You can
humankind?
see that some of the monsters are.
Stellar Blade
She doesn't have quite as
launches
much
on
shine in
Nintendo
her
Switch
bum.
2 this year.
Nice. Okay.
Blast off.
Hey,
in the two-player co-op
Orbitals!
adventure, Orbitals.
I can't wait for this one to come out.
Protect your
This one
home
looks
with
really
an
good.
Expedition across the galaxy. There are many interstellar areas to explore. Melt ice to make a path. Activate devices in time with the beat. Escape from incoming enemies and more. Brave the dangers ahead in your voyage through the stars. 2 players can also work together locally or online using GameShare. Work together and overcome the crisis of the cosmos. Orbitals launches exclusively
September
on the Nintendo
3rd.
Switch 2 system.
There we go.
September 3rd. Pre-orders begin later today on Nintendo eShop. Journey through the glade of dreams.
Rayman
in this
Legends
bold
Retold?
reimagining of Rayman Legends.
I'll be honest with you guys. I'm not really interested in this one.
Rayman and his friends
And it's not just my usual. I don't like Ubisoft.
their way through charming and colorful
I
worlds.
like the original.
Ride dragons across
I've got
realms.
Rayman Origins
Dive
and
into
Rayman
4
Legends,
new
and I
musical
love those
stages.
games.
And enjoy more
And I
added
don't
content.
think
Up to 4 players
this was
can go out on a
necessary.
limb in local co-op.
Honestly,
You can
I just
also
don't
play
think
a
this is a
revamped version of
necessary
Kung
game.
Foot using
they've
GameShare
not made
locally or
any
online.
real improvements just by
Rayman
making it
Legends
3D.
Retold launches on Nintendo Switch 2, October 1st. It's a great day for a big walk. Get lost with friends in this online co-op walking and talking adventure. Set off
Interesting.
through a peaceful world, brimming with challenges, puzzles, and lots of things to discover. Enjoy the sights and sounds as you work together to find your way around. Use all sorts of tools to stay in touch.
Why are they
And figure
okay?
out new methods
Why
of
is it like a
communicating
super
if you're in a
realistic
pickle.
looking world, but then the characters are
They might even be
just a bunch of character
little
placeholders?
unconventional.
I fell down a hole.
And if you're not quite
I
up to
resent being
adventure,
back in the hole.
You can always just relax with your pals. Enjoy the sunset, dance the night away,
To make them easier to see at
or
distance, I
steal
suppose.
something from a friend and kick it into the ocean. You know, the usual stuff.
Why?
You can also use mouse controls or hang out with friends using cross-platform play.
Why would you
After
do
all,
that?
spending quality time together is the best part of a big walk. Strolling onto Nintendo Switch 2.
All right, if you say
August
so.
4th. Season the seas.
Huh?
Build your very own floating restaurant with the Straw Hat crew.
Oh, these are the same guys that made
recipes with Sanji.
Sushi Spinnery.
Craft the menu. Decorate it to your liking. Then serve your customers as you run the restaurant.
It's
By searching for and
It's One
selecting
Piece themed.
ingredients, you'll
Okay.
expand your menu offerings.
I really like
Use
this
devil
company's
fruit
games.
abilities
I
to
can't remember what
prepare
what they
piping hot
call what the
steaks.
developer is.
Or whip
Um,
up tongue-tingling tauntaun noodles. You can make all
Sushi
sorts of delicious
Spinnery.
dishes. Spend in-game money to change up the restaurant's
Kairosoft.
interior and expand it to attract even more customers. Over 400 characters from the One Piece series will appear. Mouse controls are also supported on Nintendo Switch 2. Get ready for a feast of epic proportions in One Piece Grand Gourmet. Sailing onto the Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch systems October 23rd.
It is Kairosoft, isn't it? Maybe it's not. Yeah, maybe it's not one of the Kairosoft games. They do make a lot of games, mind you. They all tend to be very similar.
Keep adventuring in Pokemon Pokopia, even beneath the sea. Explore the world on the ocean floor with a free update. By using the new move Dive, you can enjoy life with Pokemon living under the sea. Plant grass. Build structures.
Wait, under the sea?
And expand your towns underwater.
Okay,
This
that's
free
new.
update is scheduled to release in August 2026.
Is that Ditto again?
There's more. The Pokemon Pokopia Expansion Pass paid DLC is on the way. Discover a brand new town, Bubbly Basin. There you'll find new furniture.
Okay, so this is new.
outfits, and new friends. The Pokemon Pokopia Expansion Pass paid DLC will be available later today on Nintendo.
Oh, wow, okay, so they're announcing it and releasing it straight away.
Paid DLC,
Ooh, there's gonna be
Bubbly Basin
3
launches
updates.
This August. Part 2
Okay.
and Part 3 will launch at a later date. Look out for more.
Well, at least we got
details
confirmation,
in the
if you
future.
wanted to get the expansion pass, that there is going to be more in the future. We got at least 3 DLC packs that are going to be coming to Pokopia. If you're not sure about Ooh. Okay. If you're not sure about Pokopia, you don't know whether you'd like it or not, I actually recommend checking out Dragon Quest Builders, because it's by the same team. It's the same guys that made Pokopia. Dragon Quest Builders is a fantastic series.
This is the Dagdan Empire, a prosperous land ruled by
Hello?
the gods. The capital, Daxian, plays host to the heroic
Fire
games,
Emblem?
the winner of which is granted
Here we
one
go.
wish.
My BMG
Powerful
is playing?
fighters from across the land have gathered to participate.
You're right, sorry.
The story revolves around 4 heroes. Kai, a young boy determined to win the games to save his imprisoned father. Dietrich, a swordsman ever on the hunt for a stronger foe.
Just call him Alucard. We know what you were
Seeking
thinking.
to fulfill the long-held dream of her homeland. And Lita, a musician with her
hello.
sights set on revenge.
Oh, hello. Ooh.
Guide whichever character you choose to victory as they weave their
Oh,
own
she's.
unique
Oh, I like.
tale.
She's cute. Oh, I like her.
Between matches, you can strengthen your forces in different ways. Hone your techniques at the training grounds.
Oh, look, they're riding on burbs.
Figuring it out.
Recruit new allies.
Nine.
Or travel beyond Daxian's walls to gain experience.
He's just Alucard. I'm sorry. Dietrich,
How
my
you spend your
bum.
free time is
That's
up to you.
Alucard, alright?
Combat takes the form of turn-based tactical battles. Consider your weapon's range and your unit's strengths on the
No, of course they
battlefield.
won't have renameable main characters. Because then you'll be able to rename
Plus,
Dietrich
each
to
of
his
the 4
correct
main
name.
characters comes with their own special techniques.
Oh, you know what?
By using these techniques to the fullest,
I have a
you might turn
little
the
bit of a
tide
soft
of
spot
battle.
for that gypsy bard girl.
Rejoice with
She's
me.
cute. I like her.
At the advent of the underworld.
You look upon the promised one, who will route you here and guide the living to salvation. How did it feel to upheave
Hey!
the world?
She's back!
Begone from us, the darkest dark.
Choosing a character is an interesting way to choose a campaign. I guess it's kind of like
Fire Emblem, Fortune's Weave.
Makes it kind of like Saga.
Edition, there will be a special edition.
Ooh,
Fire
steelbook,
Emblem,
art
Fortune's
book,
Weave Ragdom Collection.
art
That
cards,
launches the same day.
map.
Please,
We
look
got a
forward.
map, folks. We got a map.
Let's continue.
10
with
out of
some
10
more
game.
headlines.
Welcome to the next level of ninja battles.
Oh, this is the Bubble Ninja game. Yeah, the Bubblegum Ninjas. I can't remember what...
The first part of Ninjala 2 is
Ninjala
sneaking onto
2.
Nintendo Switch 2.
Ninjala 2. So, Ninjala 2. No,
After
Ninjala
accidentally
2.
breaking
There
a
we go.
forbidden seal,
Okay.
you're stranded on an uncharted planet. Overcome the dangers lurking here to safely return to Earth in this open-world action-adventure.
Whoa,
Use
what?
Ninja Gum to freely traverse
They
this
turn it
vast
into a-
world in search of clues to get back home.
They turned it into a single-player game.
You can also blow a bubble
that lighting
to float
engine
in
is
the air.
kind of lame.
Defeat
Oh, it looks
enemies
alright
blocking
there.
your path with weapons
That just looked
crafted from
really
Ninja Gum.
desaturated. And not a lot of,
You can even
you know,
summon buddies
you
with
need some
gum
more deep
ninjutsu.
shadows and bright
Unleash
highlights.
Powerful attacks. Additionally, up to 4 ninja can team up in local or online multiplayer to
Man, they
chew
still look
through
goofy as
tough
hell, though.
battles. The first part of Ninjala 2, the Uncharted Planet.
See, he says
launches
it Ninjala
exclusively
2.
on the Nintendo Switch 2 system next spring.
Okay, Ninjala
The
2, that's
DK
cool.
Challenge barrels in. Coming to Nintendo Switch Online on Nintendo Switch 2, the limited time DK Challenge event. Take on
Okay.
challenges across many Donkey Kong games available with Nintendo Classics. By
Okay.
completing them, you can earn and enjoy collectible digital challenge cards. And if you have Donkey Kong Bonanza, you can attempt even more challenges.
Okay.
Try out ones geared for beginners. Or take on developer challenges for something with a bit more punch. Rediscover Donkey Kong games, play challenges, and complete your card collection. DK Challenge can be accessed via the Nintendo Switch Online app on the home menu of your Nintendo Switch 2.
This is cool.
You'll be able to barrel through these limited time
I like
challenges
this.
starting later
This is a
today.
really cool idea.
Plus, in the Donkey Kong
That is
Bonanza,
really
DK
interesting.
Island and Emerald Rush paid DLC, a limited time collaboration with Super Mario Bros. Is breaking through. Enjoy outfits for DK and Pauline.
Oh,
inspired
wow.
by
Look at that.
Mario and Luigi.
Oh, that's
Plus, there are
cute.
coins, super mushrooms, question blocks, and more. Experience
Oh, that is
Emerald
cool.
Rush as
Yeah,
you've
okay.
never seen it before with a Super Mario Brothers twist. This limited time collaboration event.
It looks like it's
will be
mostly
held
just
in 4
a
waves,
like
with
cosmetic
the first
thing.
wave
It changes the
beginning later today.
changes the chests into power block, not power blocks, question mark blocks.
From the
And the food
creators
into
of
mushrooms. That's
Vampire
pretty cool.
Survivors.
From the creators of
Huge
Vampire
tank.
Survivors.
The latest game from the makers of Vampire Survivors, Jujutsu Kaisen Rumble Survivathon.
Wait,
Cast
what?
a spell onto Nintendo Switch 2. Up to 8 players
A
can compete
Jujutsu
online for the top
Kaisen
spot in
survival
this
game.
Survivors Royale. At the start of a match, players don't battle directly.
A battle
Instead,
royale?
Take down enemies on your own map.
Oh,
to
that's
earn
kind of.
points.
Oh, that actually makes a lot of
Each time
sense.
you
That's
earn
so cool.
100 points, you can add a rule to your
That is a
run,
really cool
including ones that
idea.
hinder other players. The match culminates in a head-to-head final battle between the top 2 players.
Oh,
Who will
that's
be
such
the
a cool
final
idea.
survivor? More than 20 characters from the Jujutsu Kaisen series appear. Characters can be unlocked.
Like I'm not a
just by
huge
playing.
like I've never
Battle
watched
online
Jujutsu
with players near
Kaisen.
and
I just
far,
like
or
the
go it alone
idea of
against
what's going on here,
computer-controlled opponents.
turning the
Exercise
survivor
versus
genre
dominate
into a
rivals
battle
and
royale.
rise to the top.
That's freaking
Jujutsu
cool.
Kaisen Rumble
That's an
Survivathon
amazing
launches
step.
on Nintendo Switch 2
I love
this
that.
year. Are you up for the challenge in these
I might have to
games?
get that.
Brutal, unforgiving battles storm onto Nintendo Switch
Again, not
2.
because of
In the
Jujutsu Kaisen,
forsaken
but
world,
because
a looming darkness
That just looks
devours all
really
in its
fun.
path. Now, only one kingdom endures. Defy the will of the gods to save what remains of humanity. Master brutal melee combat, devastating sorceries, and lethal ranged attacks.
Man, there's just so many
Test your
excellent
mettle
action
against
games.
Towering abominations on your journey across the realms
Like-
of the living and the dead.
The
A
Dark
hero
Souls,
must
the,
rise
you
for a
know,
god to fall.
what was it, Dragon's Dogma,
Lords of the
Onimusha,
Fallen
Lords of the
launches on
Fallen.
Nintendo Switch 2 this fall.
There's so many excellent dark fantasy action games out there.
Enter a darkly elegant
No
world
way!
based on the story
Lies of
Pinocchio
P?
in Lies of P.
It does look a little
city
bit
under
muddy.
siege,
It looks a little bit
you
like
must fight
Vaseline
rampaging
smeared, but I'm
mechanical
sure the
puppets
gameplay will be
and
fine.
seek the cause of this upheaval while confronting your own humanity. Take on enemies
Whoa,
using
okay, I
customizable
didn't see that
weapons
one
and
coming.
prosthetic
This
arms
is,
that allow
oh,
you to
that's so
swap
cool.
between different
Just
abilities.
as I was saying, there's a lot
But
of
know
dark
this,
fantasy
the
stuff
lies you
out
tell
there
will
in
alter your
2026, and it is all coming to Switch right now.
Lies of P Complete Edition, which includes Overture, a
Wow.
prequel expansion to the main game, launches on the Nintendo Switch 2 system August 6th. Pre-orders begin later today on Nintendo eShop. The most recent entry in the legendary Devil May Cry series is
What?
slashing its way onto Nintendo Switch 2. Play as Nero, Dante, V, and Virgil, each armed with different battle styles as you fight
Devil
off
May Cry
hordes of
5.
demons and epic bosses.
Switch
Pull
2.
off stylish attacks, dodges, and combos with your vast arsenal of weapons and skills.
Now look,
Enjoy
let me
thrilling,
be real
high-octane
with you
combat
guys.
at 60
Once again,
frames
just
per
want to
second
point this out.
in both
I
TV
would
mode
probably
and handheld mode.
play this on
Additional
something like
content,
Xbox.
such as battle tracks, character colors,
But-
and Devil Breaker weapons for Nero are included.
Devil May Cry
Devil May
Portable,
Cry 5,
Devil May
Hunter
Cry
Edition
on the go,
launches on
Devil
Nintendo
May
Switch
Cry
2,
while
June
sitting down on the
23rd.
couch watching
Pre-orders
YouTube or
begin later
Netflix.
today on Nintendo eShop.
And it's coming today.
Deep in Japan's past, 6 souls
Vanillaware.
forged their
What?
own destiny.
Oh!
So you're looking for some runaway ninja named Kisuke.
They still have some unfinished business in this world.
Oh my goodness, a new Vanillaware game.
Let's show them we farmers have spirit. You've sentenced me to die 7
I
days from now.
love Vanillaware.
I'd start repenting if I were you.
Their games are so good.
RPG for the ages.
Their art style is just absolutely stunning. Muramasa.
Revenant Blade.
Oh.
Nintendo Switch 2 editions of these 3 Xenoblade Chronicles
Oh!
games are incoming.
Oh! Oh my
All
goodness!
3 games run at 60 frames per second with 4K resolution in TV mode or Full HD in handheld
There
mode.
it is, the Switch edition of
In-game
2.
cutscenes also have enhanced resolution and frame rate.
I should have waited. I should have waited.
Not only that,
OJ is probably already freaking out. I'm
you can travel on a
Excuse?
high-speed vehicle in the first game. Control blades to fight mercenary squad battles in
Oh
the
my
second.
goodness, what?
And put your strength to the test.
I
against
can't look at
waves
that
of
one.
enemies in the third.
Don't want to see spoilers. Spoilers
There's
for 3.
also a variety of other content
You
added
can
to each of
play
the
as
3 games.
Blades?
More details will be revealed at a later date.
That's so cool. I'm not too sure about the vehicles for the first one. That's a little weird. But oh my goodness, they are releasing new physical editions.
Later today. The physical version launches on July 30th.
Oh my goodness. Okay, that's gonna be a lot of that's a lot of game. That is a lot of game.
Will be available on the dates shown on screen.
3 Xenoblade Chronicles games are getting Nintendo Switch 2 editions.
That's so cool.
New features will be added to each title, so we hope you'll check them out.
I'm gonna have to replay all of them again.
The Xenoblade series is about to begin. Here are some early moments from the game.
水も火も風も世界を構成するその全て大地を流れるアニマが形を変えたものだった。そして戦いを決するのはいつもアニマとその力を自在に振るう騎士だった。
この剣の名に恥じぬよう精進します。ここがＬＩＮＫＳ。
その石はアニマ小石。騎士の力を増幅させるだけでなく、そのものの行動や思いも刻みます。これからのあなたの学院生活のすべてがその石と共にあると思ってください。
今日の訓練は実践を想定してのものだ。
Oh my, this looks gorgeous.
力の使い方、なんとなく分かった気がする。
Do you see that? She cut the monster's horn off, but the rock in the background the top started sliding off it.
信仰を失った人の魂、ドラゴンの炎で浄化することで罪を。
Oh, I was wrong. It's not a Xenosaga. This is something completely new.
あいつ使えるぜ。小石なしで騎士の力。
生と死、すべてはアニマと共にある。
帰るのさ、あの場所に。
さあ、始まるわよ。
Oh, they look at that art style. That is beautiful.
兄上、行ってまいります。
ここは6つの太陽に照らし出された大地。そこで人々は知ることに。
Sorry, no, ignore me. It's the inside of an earth. Oh my goodness, it's like, it is a Xenoblade? No way. Xenoblade Genesis?
Xenoblade Genesis marks a new beginning. What kind of story do you think will be told?
I have no idea. It's inside a hollow earth.
Next. Please take a look at this.
Ooh, tennis. We got some tennis.
Welcome to Woohoo
Island!
Home to all kinds of sports. Coming to Nintendo Switch 2, Nintendo Switch Sports Resort, the latest game in the series. Use the Joy-Con 2 controllers as rackets, bows.
We're going back to Woohoo!
Or even handles. There are 12 sports to choose from, all with intuitive motion controls. Let's go over them. Punch, guard, counter, and outmaneuver for the knockout in boxing.
Well, I was half right. We did get a punch-out game.
Make quick shots to keep your opponent on their toes. In table tennis, aim for the center of the target and let that arrow fly. In archery, enjoy rallies with different types of shots in tennis. Bump, set, and spike.
I absolutely suck at volleyball.
The ball straight or give it a spin to strike big in bowling. Dribble, pass, and shoot to score in basketball. Adjust your shot
yes!
power, then
Wii Golf
swing your
is
club
back!
In golf.
Finally, I can play golf on my Switch.
With one thumb to hand your opponent a
Thumb
defeat
wars?
in thumb wrestling.
That's cool.
Ride through the course using mouse controls.
You can't skateboard on grass. No, it doesn't work. Oh my goodness, no, it doesn't work like
Steer
that.
with handles and coast along the waves in power cruising.
That's nice.
Tilt the controller
Prop plane.
and fly around freely in prop plane.
I was really hoping it'd be more like
warm up for these sports with jump rope.
you know, pilot
you
wings.
Can create and
but
play
okay.
as a sportsmate or me character.
Classic me. Ha! You can use the classic me heads. Nice. Yeah, I was right. Punch out.
Enjoy playing all kinds of sports on Nintendo Switch 2.
See, the problem is, if they keep making Nintendo Sports, like Wii Sports, Switch Sports, whatever you want to call it, if they keep making these games, we have no reason to get another Punch-Out, or another ARMS, or another Mario Tennis, or anything like that, because it's all just
we showed all the sports included.
The sports resort.
Let's try one of the new sports, thumb wrestling.
Thumb wrestling, that's kind of insane, though.
Let's go over the rules. Hold down your opponent's thumb for 3 seconds, and you'll win. If yours gets pinned, just shake the controller to break free. And if you keep your thumb held down, it'll get bigger and stronger.
Oh, wow. Okay.
3, 2, 1.
You'll need this to claim victory.
Here's to a great thumb wrestling match.
Koizumi-san, what do you...
Just like
Why'd you give yourself such big lips?
Here we go. Let's have a good match. Oh, got him right away.
2, 1.
Oh, they broke free. All right. Let's try this. Oh, we bumped thumbs. Oh, go, go, go. Hold it. Oh, they broke free again. You have to keep them pinned.
That's one big thumb.
Wait,
I know,
wait,
right?
Wait. Whew. I was worried for a second there. Okay, thumb started to sparkle, and the nail got bigger. Hold on a second. That's not how it's supposed to go.
That was close.
It's okay.
Koizumi-san. Okay, see, I wasn't sure about this. I wasn't sure about a Thumb Wars game. That's kind of weird.
Let's try.
But actually, kind of like this. This is goofy and fun. I love it.
Wait a minute.
That's it. You're gone.
I lost.
Alice kicked your ass.
Please wait a little longer.
I like
Nintendo
this.
Switch Sports
Okay,
Resort.
I'm gonna have to get Nintendo Switch Sports Resort, aren't
Let's
I?
move on.
So that we
More
can play it in multiplayer on like Saturday mornings and stuff.
Survive a land ruled by dragons.
Didn't we already see Dragon
The world
Dogma?
of RuneScape comes to
Oh, it's
Nintendo
RuneScape!
Switch 2. An ancient power has awakened on the forgotten continent of Ashenfall. Explore a land infused with magic.
What will happen if they injure their
lost
thumb?
secrets on your journey to face the Dragon Queen. In this survival crafting adventure, delve into the mysteries
Okay,
of Ashenfall.
interesting.
Amongst the ruins of fallen civilizations. On your expedition, harness the land's transformative magic to gather resources, craft gear, and build
RuneScape was nowhere on my bingo card. I know, right?
Step into battle, forge weapons, sharpen your skills.
This is a new RuneScape. This is like
survive the wild.
This isn't the MMO RuneScape. This is its whole new thing.
Dragons in
Looks pretty cool.
RuneScape Dragon Wilds, launching on Nintendo Switch 2 September 15th.
Looks all right.
Get on board for these games. Customize your own avatar and play in the adorable world of Hello Kitty Partyland.
Okay.
Join the party with over 40 character-themed mini games and several board games. There are over 140 Sanrio characters to meet. Plus, you can choose from 16 partner characters, collect stickers, and so much more. Hello Kitty Partyland launches exclusively on Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch October 29th.
It looks cute. Looks cute. I don't know. Ah, here we go. Here we go.
Blast off for adventure across the Lilat system with Fox McCloud and his crew.
Well done, Fox.
A battle for the fate of the galaxy begins. Star Fox launches on Nintendo Switch 2, June 25th. A free demo that includes a tutorial and one of the game's opening
There we go.
stages
There's the
will
new
be
feature.
available
Well, not new
later
feature, but you know what I
today
mean.
on
There's the
Nintendo
new
eShop.
thing. We got a demo. Okay, and we have to download that, like, right now.
Hope resonates within the crystals.
Hello? Hello? Oh, that is stunning. What am I looking at? And how can I get it inserted directly into my veins?
Get ready for the first Final Fantasy game in HD 2D, Final Fantasy Resonance. This is Lapis, a vast
Oh my
world
goodness.
that has prospered through the
Square
power of
Enix are
crystals.
making a game I
But
actually
after
want
the
to play.
invasion of the Veritas, this once thriving world lies on the brink of annihilation. Now Rain, a knight of
Chocobos!
Grandshell, must journey across the realm with his companions to stop the Veritas.
Oh my goodness, that's a lot. That's a lot of party
turn-based
members.
battles, call upon visions, iconic Final Fantasy heroes from other worlds to
What?
take down monsters. Can you uncover the truth?
Wait, so you
behind
can
the Veritas
summon
and the
in
secrets
characters
the
from
crystals hold?
other games.
Final Fantasy Resonance launches on the Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch systems October 27th.
Oh, listen to that. The original Final Fantasy.
Weird,
Oh.
whimsical world is waiting.
No, wait, whoa, no, we're not finished with the last one
Exploration
yet.
Adventure. What do giant fruit, malevolent robot frogs, and an all-powerful potato have in common? Nothing. Other than a shadowy conspiracy, of course.
Obviously.
Meet a cavalcade of curious characters, each with their own problems and puzzles
If
to
it's on
solve.
Switch 1, then I can get physical. That's true, yeah,
But
yeah.
beneath this seemingly happy
Yeah, so that's the
world
thing,
lies
is
the
like,
sinister plot to squeeze the locals for all they're worth. Time to
Square
join
Enix
the
have just been
resistance
doing
by
game
using
keycards,
Kiku's
but when they
surprising
release something on Nintendo
help solve
Switch,
the people's
they release it
problems in
complete on the
surprising
cartridge.
and
So if it's a game that you
oddball
like the
ways.
look of, you're
Feeling
better off
baffled by
getting the
these
Switch
affable
cartridge
denizens?
and
Embrace
buying
these strange
the
encounters and bring
upgrade
about an
pack, or sometimes it's a free
ultimate
upgrade pack.
And
So
in
it's
this
definitely worth it to get the
navigate
Switch
and
version
explore in full
complete on the
3D as you
cartridge.
discover the secrets of this vivid,
And
colorful world. Get ready
you know,
to
actually,
wonder,
you know, owning
solve,
the game.
and gossip in Piku Niku 2.
Is that an
launching
Olimar
on
game?
Nintendo
No.
Switch 2
Pikuniku
next
is
year.
its own thing. It's like a little puzzle game.
Prepare for
Dragon Quest!
an all-new
Dragon Quest Monsters!
monster-filled adventure.
Nice. Here's your Pokemon killer.
Two girls find themselves lost in the kingdom of Witherwood. There, they gain the power to turn monsters into friends. Spot a monster you fancy?
I'm joking, by the way.
Scout it.
It's just something we were talking about earlier, the idea of genre
And
or
it'll fight by your
game
side.
killer. This, yeah. I'm looking forward to Dragon Quest
Not
Monsters.
all.
I really want to play it.
Synthesize two monsters to create more powerful allies. Now, take on the most fearsome of foes. With a
The
team
the
that's
slimes are
uniquely your
onigiri.
own.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. That's really cute.
Adventure is calling, and it's monstrously fun. Dragon Quest Monsters, the Withered World.
Dang it, I didn't put Dragon Quest Monsters down because we had that Dragon Quest showcase a while back. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I should have known that they'd be showing some Dragon Quest stuff because of that. Oh. This is it. This is what we've been waiting for. This is Duskbloods.
On the ancient blood sovereign's honor. We are monsters, each vying for blood.
Ah, you're finally here. Worthy spirit.
Is that Jeremy Irons? Closed network. No way. Oh, how do I get in on that? Ooh.
How was that?
That explained nothing? No, I know.
Upcoming treasure hunting game.
Treasure hunting game? Oh, no, he's talking about something else.
Here's some fresh news about
yeah, that literally told us nothing.
A new single-player focused adventure.
Ooh.
Check out this neat little place, the hideout ship out on the water. There's Deep Cut, a trio of swashbuckling musicians. And this scrappy individual? That's you. Let's call this handy youth the mechanic. The four of them are using the hideout ship as their hub, hunting for treasure across these landmasses, the Spiralite Islands. All right, time for a quick dive. Looks like the treasure they're after is at the base of those lights. But there's a bunch of aggressive creatures called salmonids in the way. And when you get too close, they'll attack immediately.
My bingo card says what even is Duskblade, so I'm taking it.
So you shouldn't go it alone. That's where this comes in, the exploration bot.
Cute.
A member of Deep Cut pilots it during your treasure hunts and attacks automatically. Launches you in the air for extra height. And even gets out of the bot to unleash special moves like this. You'll also get support in the form of gadgets. There's one that continuously fires ink after it's placed.
So a sentry turret, got it, yep. Splatchet. Oh my goodness, it's an axe that just kills everything around you. That's a bit brutal for a Splatoon game. Yeah, it's just an axe that kills everything around you. That's amazing.
Yikes, this is tougher than it looks. But the salmonids aren't the only powerful ones around here. Through battles, you, the mechanic, will also get stronger by leveling up.
Oh, okay.
And you can customize all sorts of upgrades to fit
I thought this was going to be a multiplayer game. I'm kind of surprised that they're showing a lot of single player.
Looks like time's up. There are even more details to cover in the upcoming Splatoon Raiders Direct.
Oh, we're getting a new Direct for Splatoon Raiders.
In the smart device app
oh,
Nintendo
cool.
Today. See the story events leading up to Splatoon Raiders with daily comics ahead of launch. Plus,
oh, that's cute. That's a good idea. Yeah.
There's going to be a special Splatfest in Splatoon 3. The theme looks like it's about Splatoon Raiders. Details will be announced here. Look out for more info in the future. Don't forget to check this out too.
Oh yeah, the North American League is happening soon. I thought this was going to be a multiplayer game. I'm really surprised that they're showing a lot of single player.
What did you think? Splatoon Raiders is just around the corner. We'll also be releasing new Joy-Con 2 controllers inspired by Deep Cut. We hope you're looking forward to it.
I do like it when they release like yellow Joy-Cons. I got the neon yellow ones as well. Those were gorgeous. Pikmin? No. Oh, Deltarune. I saw someone on X put new Joy-Cons and Deltarune on their cards. Oh, really? I think Deltarune is kind of a no-brainer because they keep releasing new chapters, so...
Awaken your power.
Oh, what?
Heed me, O kingless. Whosoever have truly earned the greatest faith of the citizens.
Okay, this isn't what I thought it was. Never mind. This is, Refantasio, isn't it?
This is the United Kingdom of Uchronia, inhabited by
that isn't what I thought it was. I thought that was a
will of the people.
One of the Shin Megami Tensei games.
As his face floats in the sky, the tournament for the throne begins. As the realm grapples with its first ever election, those vying for the throne put their plans into action. As one of the throne's candidates, you'll travel across the kingdom, forging bonds with compelling characters along the way. Various enemies stand in your path.
This battle's ours.
There are monsters roaming this world.
It's definitely got a lot of the Shin Megami Tensei / Persona style to it. So it's a very easy confusion to make, you know?
Control your destiny and change the world in Metaphor ReFantazio. Launching
Is it by Atlas? It is Atlas. Yeah, that would be why.
12. Create, explore, survive.
More Minecraft?
A dedicated Nintendo Switch 2 version of Minecraft is on the way. Dig into your Minecraft adventure on Nintendo Switch 2 with support for vibrant visuals.
Alright.
And embark on a journey across a world with enhanced lighting and shadow effects. Plus, Nintendo Switch Worlds
It's fantasy Persona. Yeah, kind of, yeah.
So you can
yeah,
pick
that's
right
a
where
good
you left off.
comparison,
What will
yeah.
you create next? Minecraft launches on Nintendo Switch 2 this year.
There it is. Oh! Whoa! Hold on. Rapid fire. Hold on. Whoa! Hang on a second. New Italia? Oh, that looks a bit, that looks a bit crunchy. Space Marine 2? That looks a bit crunchy as well. Observer system redo, okay. Daisy. Can't see myself playing Daisy on Switch, but nice. Metal Gear Solid Master Collection 2? Oh boy, that looks crunchy as well. Those look nice though. Lara Croft. Oh, that looks nice. Hey, that looks pretty good. Tales of Eternia. Oh, that's what that was. Okay. Hey, look, I'm down for re-releases of Tales games. SnowRunner. I do like the Runner games. I've got SnowRunner and MudRunner for the Nintendo Switch. These are really fun games, honestly. Snake? Snake! Snake! Everbloom. Ah, so it's another little survival farming game. Okay. That's cute. That's very cute. Final Fantasy 14. There it is. Legendary.
The battle of light and darkness.
Kingdom Hearts.
Filled with memorable adventures, 3 collections of Kingdom Hearts games are coming to Nintendo Switch 2. Traverse the iconic Disney and Pixar worlds. Befriend all sorts of magical allies. And battle enemies in action RPG combat.
So
relive these stories or experience them for the first time alongside Sora and his friends.
These better be complete on cartridge. I'm gonna be so pissed if they aren't.
Versions on Nintendo Switch, you can transfer your existing save data to these Nintendo Switch 2 games.
Yeah, because up until now we've only had the cloud editions.
Nintendo Switch 2, October 8th. A bundle with all 3 compilations. Kingdom Hearts Collection 1 through 3 also launches October 8th. Additionally, a free demo of Kingdom Hearts 3 plus Remind will be available later today on Nintendo
Okay, that's good. Because 3 is the one that I'd be the most concerned about running properly. So that's cool. Kingdom Hearts 4 is coming to Switch 2 as well. Ooh. Nice. Oh. Oh, that's cool. That's a really cool ability. Wow. His shoes are shrinking. He can't help it. He's in the real world now. He has to wear real shoes. Kingdom Hearts 4. Very cool. Available at launch. Oh my goodness, it's not even getting delayed.
How was that? Next is our last announcement.
Really? Last announcement? Oh goodness, it's already been an hour.
Long ago, there was a
New
land
Zelda
called Hyrule, created by beings of supreme divinity. At the very edge of this kingdom.
No, it is. It's an Ocarina of Time remake.
Within it, an ancient solitary tree quietly watched over the inhabitants of the forest.
It's happening. It's actually happening.
These forest dwellers were called the Kokiri. Each had a fairy companion, and they lived out their innocent lives in the...
Oh my, yeah, all my hair is standing on end.
However, there was one particular boy.
He didn't have a fairy.
Who did not have a fairy.
What art style are they going with? Oh my goodness, look at that. Next, whoa, no, not next year, this year.
The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time will be reborn on
this
Nintendo
year.
Switch 2. More details will be announced in the future, so please look forward to them.
Is the future in the next 10
That's all
seconds?
for today's Nintendo
I need
Direct.
more information now.
Earlier this year, Devon-san was appointed as the new president of Nintendo of America. We'd like to conclude this presentation with a few words from Devon-san. Thank you for watching.
Thank you, Koizumi-san. Hi, everyone. I'm Devin Pritchard, and after 20 years at Nintendo, one of my favorite things about gaming is still that moment I get to try something new. I watch the trailers, I hear about a game, but the moment I pick up a controller, that's when it all comes together. And for me, that's what games have always been about. Those little moments that surprise me and allow me to immerse myself in different worlds. You can read about a game, you can watch a trailer, but nothing beats seeing it for yourself. And that's a big part of what Nintendo Treehouse Live is about. Getting a
Oh, that's
closer
right.
look,
Yeah, we got a
hearing from the
Treehouse
teams,
next.
and spending more time with the games themselves. So let's get to it. We've got a new Nintendo Treehouse Live ready to go, with a few games I hope you find
When was the
interesting.
last Treehouse?
And if you enjoyed Splatoon Raiders in today's Nintendo Direct, this July at San Diego Comic-Con, we'll have the game playable on the show floor. Because at the end of the day, I think the best way to understand a game is to pick up the controller and play. Thanks for watching. I'm really looking forward to sharing more of what I love about games and bringing those experiences to all of you. And now it's time for Treehouse Live. Over to you, team.
Hi everyone, welcome
Okay.
to Nintendo Treehouse Live. My name is Teresa and I'm joined here by Gab, Dan, and Rob. We're here to talk about Star Fox, coming out June 25th. It is a cinematic shooter. We're gonna focus on the single player game. And
She
then
seems a
we'll
little
go
stiff.
into
She
the
does, yeah.
multiplayer in a later segment. But Dan, why don't you take us away?
Yeah, we're going to start right out here in
I
this,
don't know if
new
we're gonna
cinema
necessarily
scene,
watch
right on
the
Star Fox Bridge, Bridge of the Great
the
Fox, which is
treehouse.
the base for the Star Fox team. The team is just coming out of their VR training session, which is part of the tutorial.
I don't know how long the treehouse is gonna be.
Here's we get a little introduction to some
I'm
of the
just trying to
characters. Falco is their ace
get an
pilot,
idea
Slippy's
of that.
The engineer, science expert. Pepe's their veteran uncle who gives them advice, and then Fox McCloud is the leader of the team. And what has happened during their training session is they're getting a call from General Pepper, who's the head of the Corneria Defense Force, and he wants to hire this mercenary team to help them in a fairly desperate situation, which we'll see as we answer this call. I think we're going to go straight.
Oh, it's going to be
and when you start the campaign, you're going to be able to select between easy and normal difficulty mode. You can also unlock the expert difficulty mode, which we'll talk about in more detail later. You unlock that.
It's going to be about 2 hours.
We're going to start with normal because that's what most people are going to be familiar with.
Oh no,
And you can
total
also,
broadcast
before
time.
each mission,
Oh, it's going to be like an
select
hour and a
single
half.
player, co-op a local, or co-op game share, which we'll do more about co-op later.
It's 1 a.m., so that's where you have to say goodbye.
Single player. And this is another
No worries, Kiko.
Cinema scene where you can see the cinematic storytelling.
Incoming hail from General Pepper. Priority 1.
And as you mentioned, these cutscenes are new, so they expand upon what we already know about.
Yeah, we can continue watching though. We'll continue watching.
This is based off
Seem a little on edge. They do a really good job of showcasing
Kingdom Hearts what? I know, right?
Unique personalities.
Yeah, the details on the characters just really bring them to life with their Falco's goofing off in the background.
Okay, so this is actually going to be very difficult to do because obviously they are talking over it, they're giving their own commentary, and if I give my commentary over their commentary while also trying to watch the game, yeah, it's gonna be a little bit awkward. So what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna just take us over to the chatting screen. I'll come back and I'll rewatch the Treehouse Live stuff later. Yeah, so I'll just take us over to chatting. And I'm gonna pause that so I don't have to compete with it, so I can hear myself. There we go. All right. Man, that Nintendo Direct though, am I right? I was not expecting Kingdom Hearts, that's for sure. All right, Kiko, you have a good night, sleep well, and I will speak to you tomorrow when you get home from work. Okay. So let's chat about that. Still no Mario. I'm a little worried about that. No. Okay. Let's see. Yes. No. 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 Wow. Oh my goodness. All of these. Crazy. Okay. So I just went through all of my, predictions, guesses, what I thought we might see. No Mario. No 2D Mario. We still don't have the Zelda re-releases. We still don't have Twilight Princess and Wind Waker. No Captain Toad 2, but that was a bit of a that was a long shot. That's just something I really want to see. As a new Captain Toad, didn't say that that it would happen, just saying I would like for it to happen. No Yoshi in the Mysterious Book. And we didn't get a Metroid, a 2D Metroid announcement. I do still think that there is a 2D Metroid currently in the works. We'll probably get that the next Nintendo Direct. I'm pretty sure that there is currently a 2D Metroid being made. So, yeah. As for third-party stuff, we didn't get Alien Isolation. We didn't see Final Fantasy VII Revelation. We didn't see Monster Hunter Wilds. We didn't see Resident Evil Veronica. We didn't see Spyro. We didn't see Crazy Taxi, and we didn't see Wo Long. Even though all of those games are actually confirmed for a Switch 2 release. That's interesting. Like that, I feel like that Nintendo Direct, and this is just because they haven't done a Nintendo Direct for a year now, like a general Direct. And this Nintendo Direct could have gone on for another hour. Easily. Easily could have gone on for another hour. Because there's so many other games that they could have talked about. Nintendo, my life is yours. Yes, everything that we talked about previously is forgiven. Nintendo, you own me. I have sold my soul to the big N. I need to go to bed soon and rest myself from something. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, don't worry, pal. You can always come back and chat with us later. Obviously, there's a thread open on our Discord. So if you go into gaming chat, into the main gaming chatting thread, channel, there will be a thread for Nintendo Direct. We will be continuing our discussion over there because that's what Discord is for. It's where we can continue to talk even when the stream is over. But yeah. Yeah, Kiko's got to go off to bed because she's going to work in 6 hours. Probably 5 hours, actually. And yeah, Pau needs to rest for his toothache. But yeah, wow, okay. There was a lot of really cool stuff in that Nintendo Direct. We're gonna just quickly go over that now. Sorry, my mind is still blown over that final reveal. That Ocarina of Time reveal is just really interesting. Funny, I am the one who woke up and everyone else is going to bed. Right? Yoshi and the Mysterious Book is already out. Yes, yeah, it is. But there were a few games that they mentioned that were already out. So, yeah. Sometimes they do that. Like, if it's a game that's just recently released, they will still talk about it in the Nintendo Direct to remind people, oh, hey, don't forget, this game is out. Like, they talked about Tomodachi Life, for example, and although, admittedly, Tomodachi Life might be getting some major updates. What was the other one? They talked about Mario Wonder. They talked about... I think those are the two. So yeah, sometimes they do. Sometimes if the game is just recently being released, they will say, hey, don't forget, this game just released, go buy it. So I that's why I was surprised that they didn't mention Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. You don't understand that Monster Hunter is a small series. They shouldn't waste their time on small niche series. Instead, they made the right choice prioritizing Hello Kitty. You're absolutely... Do you know what? Do you know what I hate about what you just said? You're right. You're 100% correct. Compared to the absolute behemoth that is Sanrio and Hello Kitty, Monster Hunter is a drop in the bucket. What you're saying... What you're saying sounds sarcastic, but it's 100% accurate. That man, I hate that. Damn it, Stylish. All right. First things first, I think that we can say definitively that this Nintendo Direct was a direct for fans of dark fantasy action games. Right? Dragon's Dogma, Onimusha, well, Duskbloods, that's another dark fantasy action game, even though it's going to be... We still don't know what Duskbloods even is, but it's a dark fantasy action game. Lords of the Fallen. There were a lot of big action fantasy titles in that Nintendo Direct, and I'm here for it. You know, I love those kinds of games. I do. I just haven't really played enough of them. You know? I really haven't played enough of them. I want to play more Dark Souls. I want to play Bloodborne again. I want to play Elden Ring. I want to play Lords of the Fallen. I want to play Dragon's Dogma. I want to play Onimusha. The Onimusha series is so good. But also like Neo. I want to play the Neo games. I haven't played those. So yeah, I'm totally here for it. I'm here for new dark fantasy and dark fantasy re-releases. I'm psyched that Stellar Blade is coming to Switch. Obviously I've got Stellar Blade. We're currently playing Stellar Blade here on the channel. I'm playing the PC version, but it's still really cool. For people who have a Switch that don't necessarily have an Xbox, or maybe they don't have a PC that can play games, the fact that a version of Stellar Blade is coming to Switch too, perfect. I love it. Thank you. It just means more people get to play these really cool games. What else have we got? So yeah, Stellar Blade and Rayman Legends Retold are the two games, the only two games on my list of already confirmed third-party titles that are coming to Switch 2 that were actually in this trailer. Everything else was like either brand new or a different game. Like there was a Final Fantasy, but it wasn't Final Fantasy 7. In fact, there was two. There's Final Fantasy 14 and there was Final Fantasy Resonance. That game looks so good. That game looks really good. Too bad they take so long to actually finish. Yeah, that is kind of my biggest concern with a lot of those modern action fantasy games, is that they do tend to take a long time, like Elden Ring, for example. Multiple hundreds of hours you can spend in that game. And I'm trying to figure out a way to be able to play those games, but also like cutting out the middlemen, you know, cutting out everything else in between that you know, I think if I was to play Elden Ring on this channel, it would probably take up the entirety of a year, right? It would, wouldn't it? And I think a lot of people would enjoy that. I think we would find a lot of people coming into the channel, discovering the channel through something like Elden Ring. I think that's fair. But the other thing as well is that if you play one single game for too long, people start to assume that is, you're now an Elden Ring streamer. You know, that's what you do. You play Elden Ring. That's it. So I would like to try to figure out some way to be able to play games like that without them taking too long. Maybe I could do edited, shortened video series of it. Like I could sit down and play for an hour or maybe play for 2 hours and then cut the gameplay down to 1 hour and release it as a video. Maybe. I'm not making promises just yet. One of the things I can't make a promise on that one just yet, mostly because I still need to buy a new PC that I can actually store all of that data on, because that's the hardest part for me. That's the part that's the most difficult, is being able to store hundreds of hours of high quality gameplay footage. I don't have the resources to do that. So I need to build myself a server, basically, to store all of my gameplay footage on. In fact, I've stopped. I used to record gameplay footage while I was streaming. That used to be my thing. I used to, every time that I would stream a game, I would also be recording the raw gameplay footage. And I haven't done that in years because I run out of space. And so I've even had to go back and delete a bunch of that. So I am looking into buying a server. I am looking to buying a new PC that I can just fill with 20 terabyte hard drives. So that is something I could potentially do in the future, but like right now, that's not really an option for me, unfortunately. Regardless of length, I don't feel like I'm forced to get it before summer ends. No, I want to get it. Yeah, right. Yeah, same. I'm looking at all these games and I'm going, I'm buying every single one of those. Come on now. I would very much like it if they came out physically, not game key cards. That would be nice. But if not, you know... I also have the option to buy a lot of those games on Xbox or PC. Probably Xbox. I don't mind streaming games on PC, but I do find some games that are very graphically intensive or processor intensive, like Monster Hunter Wilds is. Like, that's... Monster Hunter Wilds is a very interesting game because it's not the best looking game that I've ever played. In fact, I would say Stellar Blade probably is. The game is so... I don't want to say best looking, that's not accurate. The highest fidelity, realistic looking game is probably Stellar Blade. Now, Monster Hunter isn't the highest fidelity, realistic looking game that I've ever played, but my goodness, does it rag my graphics card. My goodness, does it rag the graphics card. So, being able to play Monster Hunter Wilds, stream Monster Hunter Wilds, and record Monster Hunter Wilds, all on the same PC, ain't happening, right? That's not gonna happen. So I feel like the same would be true of Elden Ring. Elden Ring is a little bit hardware intensive, so maybe if I played Elden Ring on Xbox and then I was able to stream and record it on PC, that would be fine, but that's not gonna happen for some games on my PC, unless I get myself a second graphics card, and I don't. I could probably slot in another graphics card. But yeah, you know, it's like that, isn't it? Game key cards are an easy way for me to filter out where I want to play. That's the main perk of disliking the game key cards. Absolutely. Completely agree. Like, I've unfortunately said this so much recently, and it's 100% true. Nintendo Switch is the last console I'm actually collecting for. Now, I've already got, like, over 500 games. But the Nintendo Switch is probably going to be the last console that I'm collecting for, because I'm not buying keycards. I'm just buying Nintendo games. That's the only ones I'm getting. And if Nintendo start using keycards, which I don't think they will, they did say that they wouldn't. And I've seen a lot of people recently talking about how the Pokopia situation, the fact that Pokopia is published by Nintendo, but it's still a game key card. I'm seeing a lot of people saying that that was actually confirmed to have been a Game Freak decision. So that's interesting. I keep trying to make jokes of your PC self-destruct, but I'm being shadow banned. Really? Oh my goodness, YouTube. Come on, sense of humor. The censorship on this platform is getting crazy. All right. Yeah. Okay. So let's. Okay. Take a deep breath. Actually, I can't take deep breath. If I take deep breath, I am going to start hacking and coughing. So give me a second. Okay. So let's start at the beginning. Like I said, we've already said it's definitely a dark action fantasy Nintendo Direct. Bloody brilliant. I love those games. I want to play more of them. I'd love to play them on stream. Or maybe do a Let's Play series. Second, probably, even though, you know, we get that part out of the way, let's talk about the big ones, right? The huge ones. Massive announcements. Ocarina of Time remake. It's always been on the cards. It's always something that we've talked about. It's something that we've been talking about for a very long time. That there is very likely going to be an Ocarina of Time remake. And like I said, it was going to coincide with the 30th anniversary of the game. What I wasn't expecting is that, no, it's not coinciding with the 30th anniversary of the game. It's coming out this year. Surely, it is obviously in... It's coming out before the brain mush now. Obviously, it's coming out before the 30th anniversary, which is going to be in 2028. That's the 30th anniversary. So this is going to be coming out 2 years ahead of that. But like these next 3 years are pretty huge for Legend of Zelda, because this year's the 40th anniversary, and then of course the 30th anniversary. Sorry. It's the 40th anniversary of Legend of Zelda this year, and it's the 30th anniversary of Ocarina of Time next year. Sorry, in 2 years' time. So that's nuts. This is a big moment for Legend of Zelda. It's a big confluence of major events. And, you know, Ocarina of Time is still seen by many as being one of the greatest games ever made. I don't necessarily agree, which is why I'm really excited for this remake, because I feel like the storytelling of Nintendo has advanced so much in recent years that there's a lot more story to tell in Ocarina of Time than they had room for on the N64. And that's something that I'm interested in. I want to see what they do. I want to see how they do it. I want to see how they integrate it. Because every time they try to remake a Zelda game, it ends up being something else entirely. When they tried to remake the original Legend of Zelda, it turned into the Oracle games. And that was Capcom's fault. Blame Capcom for that one. When they tried to remake A Link to the Past, it ended up becoming A Link Between Worlds. And so, you know, actually, another time where they, quote-unquote, remade the original Legend of Zelda, it became Breath of the Wild. A Link to the Twilight Princess was kind of, sort of, A Link to the Past as well. Like, there's a lot of elements that you see in these games where a lot of the later games, they started by looking at older games and saying, hey, how can we improve on that? You know? So I'm wondering if this is going to be Ocarina of Time, or if this is going to be, I don't know, Legend of Zelda and the Temporal Flute, you know? It's going to be at its core Ocarina of Time, but it's going to be so much more than that. Like, the core story beats of Link raised by the Kokiri, in the shade of the Deku tree, goes out into the world, meets the princess, goes to see Darunia, goes to see the Zoras, gets the Master Sword, does the other temples, all of the temples, discovers the sages, and then goes and defeats Ganon. You know, I think the story is going, that's still going to be the story, but I think that it's going to be expanded upon hugely. Like, Ocarina of Time is a game that you can finish pretty quickly. If you were to pick up Ocarina of Time now on the N64, if you've got the Nintendo Switch and you can play the N64 games with NSO, or maybe you've got an I knocked a bottle over, sorry. Or if you've got an N64 and you can play it for yourself, you can finish the game pretty quickly. It's not going to take you ages. But I think this game is going to be like 50 hours long, 60 hours long. I think the Ocarina of Time remake is going to be huge. And it's going to take a lot of inspiration from Breath of the Wild, you know, expanding side stories, side quests, a bunch of new things to discover. But I'm also wondering if they're going to try to tie it in to the new timeline. Because that's the thing. That's the thing that I have been saying for a long time. A lot of people have been talking about for a long time. Is timeline placements of certain games. And I know it's not necessarily something that you want to get bogged down in. But it seems pretty clear that Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are their own separate timeline. It's connected to Skyward Sword, but it doesn't feel like it's completely connected to the other games. They say 10,000 years in the future, but it also references all three timelines. But the idea of a fused timeline doesn't make any sense. That's just not something that's nonsense. That's a nonsense. It would indicate that the idea of the events of Wind Waker and the events of Twilight Princess all happened at the exact same time. I'm sorry, the events of those two games cannot happen simultaneously, because at the end of Wind Waker, Hyrule is completely destroyed. So that makes no sense whatsoever. Anyway, yeah, I think that their own continuity. And there was a, where was it? There was an event. I can't remember what the event was, but there was an event where they showed the Zelda timeline, and then separate from the original Zelda timeline, they showed Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. They showed it as its own thing, separate from the rest of the timeline. So, to me, that indicates that's what Nintendo are thinking. Is that these new games are their own continuity. Which I'm okay with. I'm happy with that. The way I like to describe it is, the general gist, those events happened, but we're not going to be bogged down with the details. It's kind of like Pokemon. You know, at the end of every season of the anime, actually it's more like at the end of every third season of the anime, they basically retcon the entirety of everything that went before it and say, oh yeah, Ash is still 10. So basically what you're supposed to take away from that is, yeah, those events happened, but let's not get bogged down with the details and the time and like how long it took to do each thing. Because it doesn't make any sense. There's no way that Ash could have done all of that in the space of 1 year. And even going as far as like season, I want to say season 12. I don't remember if that is actually the correct season. But even when they got to the black and white era, they reinforced that Ash is still 10. So pretty much everything that's been going on for the past 10 or so years, over a decade, literally only took 1 year. So yeah, it's like, yeah, some of those events happened. He was in the Indigo League, he was in the Orange League, he was in the Hoenn League, but let's not, you know, try to nail down a solid timeline. It's all been retconned into the space of a single year. And I think that's basically what they've done with the Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom timeline, is that we know Zelda mentions Skyward Sword, Ocarina of Time, Twilight Princess in Breath of the Wild. She does. She directly references those. So those are events that may have happened, but not necessarily in the same way. And this leads me to Tears of the Kingdom. Because in Tears of the Kingdom, you have Zelda, Sonia, and Rauru with Ganondorf pledging his allegiance, knowing full well that he's about to betray the king. Yeah, that's what happened in Ocarina of Time. Those are the events of Ocarina of Time. And even to the extent that if you look into, admittedly, it's not necessarily directly referenced, it's not something that is discussed specifically, but the events between Ocarina of Time and Twilight Princess, also known as the Hyrule Gerudo War in fan circles. I don't think it's actually specifically called that. It might be in Hyrule Historia. I don't have an encyclopedic memory of Hyrule Historia, but it may be written in Hyrule Historia that it's called the Hylian Gerudo War. But that references Ganondorf and the Gerudo attacking Hyrule, which is what we see in Tears of the Kingdom. So it seems like that ancient era where Zelda is with Rauru is kind of that universe's version of Ocarina of Time and the Hylian Gerudo War. It's also called, you know, the Imprisoning War. Well, the Imprisoning War is the war that takes place between Ocarina of Time and A Link to the Past. So yeah, it still fits. That is the correct placement for the events that we see in Ocarina of Time, the events that we see being the Imprisoning War, and it then links into, like, to later Zelda games. So it seems that they are at very least saying events similar to the original continuity took place in this universe, but it's different. And this is where I get my question about Ocarina of Time. Is it going to be Ocarina of Time, or is it going to be Ocarina of Time in the Breath of the Wild timeline? And that's a really interesting question, I think. Because, like I said, when they tried to remake A Legend of Zelda, they made Oracle of Ages and Seasons. When they tried to remake A Link to the Past, they made A Link Between Worlds. So, if they're remaking Ocarina of Time, is it going to be The Legend of Zelda and the Temporal Flute? I think I'd be okay either way. I'll be honest with you guys. Because ultimately, we can always go back and replay A Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time for the N64 or the 3DS. We can always go back and do that. But if they want to flesh out this new universe that they've created and do a big overhaul of the game, make it feel new but lived in, I think I'd be okay with that. I think I would enjoy that game. Because then it feels, you know, it's something that you're familiar with, but it's also something genuinely new. I think I like that. I think I like that idea. I'm not suggesting that that is exactly what we're going to get. I'm not saying that is necessarily the best option. But I do think that that is a possibility. And it would be a possibility that I actually kind of like. Stylish mentioned Majora's Mask. I would like to see them do that as well. If you might be right. I'm not gonna lie. You may be onto something there. It could very well be that they're releasing Ocarina of Time now in 2026, so that in 2028 or even 2030, it would be 2030, wouldn't it? In 2030, they could then release Majora's Mask. No. I think you might be onto something though. I don't think you're wrong. I don't think that you're like that. I think you could be onto something. I think that is a possibility at very least. All right, 1 second. No music. Oh, I turned the music off, didn't I? Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. There we go. I turned the music off because it was still playing in the middle of the Nintendo Direct. That was that was weird. I don't know why it's playing in the middle of the Nintendo Direct. It really shouldn't have been. That was weird. I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to remove that before I forget. Playlist, there it is. Delete. Remove. There we go. Cool. But no, I kind of like the, I like your idea, Stylish. And it would be in keeping with the way Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask were released on the N64. You know, they released Ocarina of Time and then they rushed out Majora's Mask. In like, what was it? It was like a 14 months or something? I can't remember. Majora's... Oh wait, I'm searching on YouTube, not Google's. Majora's Mask. It was completed in less than 2 years. Oh, well, okay, thank you. Less than 2 years, brilliant. Yes, it was less than 2 years. It was also less than 5 years. So, you know. Development. Where's development? I think it was only like 15 months. There we go. I was close. I said 14 months. 15 months. So, if they were to release The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time in 2026, in 15 months' time... in 15 months' time, they could release Majora's Mask. Yeah, absolutely. No, they'd probably do it in like 2 years or something. That would be really cool, though. I would like to see Majora's Mask getting the massive remake treatment. But no, really excited for that. Really hyped for Legend of Zelda. Like, that's... It's always something that I've wanted. I've wanted to see them take Ocarina of Time and expand on it and grow it and turn it into something special and something new, something bigger, something that is worthy of the legacy that it created. And that's finally happening. So I'm really happy about that. I'm really excited for it. I will be playing it on this channel. Personally, I think Ocarina of Time HD early to drive up sales. Oh, you mean they're releasing it earlier than the anniversary to drive up sales? Right, okay. Yeah, no, that would make sense. Because they, again, this is what I was talking about at the beginning of the stream, before we actually watched the Nintendo Direct, is that we don't have a lot of Nintendo's heavy hitters on the Switch 2. And even with this Nintendo Direct, we have Zelda. Oh, and Star Fox. But we already knew about Star Fox. And Fire Emblem. That's it. Like, between you and me, Stylish, and with OJ and everyone, and Anonymous, obviously we would also count Xenoblade. But to be fair, we are also a minority, you know? Xenoblade isn't like the biggest selling game that Nintendo has. So yeah, like, no Mario, no Luigi, no Kirby. But we've got Legend of Zelda, we got Ocarina of Time, we got Fire Emblem, and we got Star Fox. So that's excellent. Still surprised. I am still shocked at the lack of Mario, though. Hey, Max, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Yeah, exactly. It's not going to be a Switch seller. No, it's not. But I tell you what, Xenoblade it's not called Xenoblade Chronicles. I talked about this at the beginning. I said that I don't think it's going to be Xenoblade. I thought that what they were making was going to be a Xenogears or a Xenosaga or something. I'm still convinced that there is a Saga remake on the horizon, or a remaster or something. But clearly it's not there yet. I can feel it in my bones. Right? But I was right, in a way, because it's not Xenoblade. Well, it is Xenoblade. It's not Xenoblade Chronicles. It's not the Xenoblade series that we've come to know. They announced a new Xenoblade, and that's literally all it is. Xenoblade. No Chronicles. Xenoblade. Xenoblade Genesis. And that game, to begin with, the art is freaking gorgeous. It is a beautiful ass game, right? And I am really excited to learn more about it. I want to see what it is. Leaking right now, Xenoblade Genesis 2 and 3 confirmed. Yeah, I believe you. I believe you. That game looks so good. It will not surprise me in the slightest if they take it in a different direction. Actually, I'm willing to... I've got an idea. I've got a suggestion. I think that they might change the name. Wouldn't be the first time. Because Xenoblade became Xenoblade Chronicles. X became Xenoblade Chronicles X. Because it was originally... I'm still absolutely certain that was originally going to be a Xenogears, okay? But X became Xenoblade Chronicles X. I wonder if this will end up being something else. Like, they add another word to it. Either way, the game looks phenomenal. It looks absolutely gorgeous. I cannot wait to get to play that one. Which means I need to get off my ass and play Xenoblade Chronicles Torn of the Golden Country. And then I need to play Xenoblade Chronicles 3. And then I need to play Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition. And then I need to go back and play Xenoblade Chronicles 3 DLC. I remember the order I'm supposed to play them in. So we need to get onto that. We need to get through those as quickly as we can, I think. I don't want to bog down the channel in just one game, but I think we're going to have to do that. So, we're playing Stellar Blade right now. I think when Stellar Blade is over, I'm going to play Torna. And, then we'll play something else. Then we'll play Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Xenogears is the spirit that's haunting this channel. It really is. You're not wrong. You're absolutely correct. I can feel it, like there's a presence over me saying, this is happening. This is something that is happening. And, I really hope it does. I really do hope it does. That's where I would love to see that. And it's not just my desire, you know, clouding my judgment. I genuinely feel like this is something that is actually happening. A side note, I'll just say swap Xenoblade X and 3 in order to make more sense. So you're saying play Torna, then Xenoblade Chronicles X, and then 3? Okay. Because I was under the impression I should play 3, then X, and then go back to 3. But okay, if you're saying do 3 last, I'll do 3 last. I trust you, Stylish. Well, I'm eating good, not just because of Xenoblade, but also Zelda and Splatoon Raiders looks like so much fun. Yeah, I was under the impression Splatoon Raiders was going to be just like a multiplayer game. Like, it was going to be Salmon Run, the game, you know? But then it turns out it's going to be an open, like, not kind of like somewhat of an open world adventure game. I think it's going to be mission based, but yeah. That looks like it's going to be so much fun. I probably will play that on stream. Max says, I just finished watching the Summer Games Fest video. I'm so very excited to be gaming again. Yeah, like, this is what I've been saying about, this is what we've been saying about, the Nintendo Direct tonight as well. Like, the Nintendo Direct tonight was pretty nuts, not gonna lie. Duskbloods, we still don't know what that is, so yeah. It's the DLC that needs to be last, but it makes sense not to split Xenoblade 3, with X not a huge thing, but it makes slightly more sense than playing 3 than X and 3 again. Oh, okay. Alright. Okay, what else was it? Kingdom Hearts! Kingdom Hearts! I did not see that coming. That really came out of left field for me. All of Kingdom Hearts on Switch. That's nuts. Like, it's something that we should have had already. Honestly. In truth. that is something that we probably could have guessed was coming. If we stop and actually think about it, it's something we probably could have guessed that was coming. But to actually have it, for it to be there, for it to be like, no one predicted this. All of the people that claim to be leakers that aren't, and completely got this wrong. Not to mention, did you see the leak? I don't know if you saw the leak. From the very beginning, I was like, this is fake. This is BS. Let me just quickly pull up the list, right? This was obviously fake from the outset, but okay. It says Super Mario Galaxy 3. No. Zelda 40th Anniversary Celebration. Teaser for Echoes of the Past. Yeah, that's... no. Donkey Kong. Retro Studios' new DK title revealed. It's called Donkey Kong Time to Monkey. Are you for real? People thought this was real? Donkey Kong Time to Monkey. Luigi's Mansion 4. No. Xenoblade Chronicles 4. Now is the time. That was the subtitle. Xenoblade Chronicles 4. Now is the time. Really? This sounds fake. Mario Kart World DLC and then Ocarina of Time remake. Now, they did actually get a couple of things right. Right? So, Devil May Cry 5. I didn't see that coming. But we got Devil May Cry 5 on Switch 2. Hell yeah. I'm down for that. Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave. Yeah, we obviously they were going to talk about Fire Emblem. Dusk Bloods. And yeah, Ocarina of Time remake. But this is so clearly fake. And there are so many people who actually genuinely believe this is real. They genuinely think this is real. And like, it's so sad because so many people get their hopes up. They look at a leak like this and they look at the person who's leaking it and they say to themselves, well, this person seems to know what they're talking about. It's so... It just causes disappointment for everyone. This is why I can't stand leakers. I just can't. And, you know, people have been saying for months, even like the good leakers, you know, the ones that we're supposed to trust, even they've been saying that 3D Mario game is going to be announced. People are saying that a 3D Mario game was going to be announced in March. Where is it, guys? Come on. I'm sure you don't need me to go on a rant about leakers again, so I'm not going to bother with that. They clearly aren't worth it. Yeah, but Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts, like I said, probably one of those ones that if we'd really sat down and thought about it, we could have gone, those games are probably going to come to Switch 2 eventually. And, because we got the cloud versions. But I'm so glad we get real versions, like actual versions of Kingdom Hearts on Switch 2. That isn't just the cloud. I'm really glad about that. I'm really excited for that. Again, it's probably a series of games that I will get on Xbox. I might buy them on Switch as well to be able to play them, you know, like I said, sitting on the couch. The same thing with Devil May Cry. Sitting on the couch, watching TV while playing games on my Switch. The portability aspect is a big deal for me. But if I was going to be streaming these games, I'm going to be buying them on Xbox. Probably. I don't know. I think all around, this was just a really good Nintendo Direct. Honestly, I think that it was... There was very little in there that made me think, wow, this is just filler. The Hello Kitty stuff, sure. There was another one which was just like a cute little animal farming sim and little like survival adventure animal game. That looked really cute. I'm not gonna fault them for it. It was cute enough. But I didn't feel like there was a lot of filler. Like, I'm thinking back to the last Nintendo Direct that we had, and the last Nintendo Direct was like every other game was a freaking farming sim. Or a farming sim with friends. What do they call it? Friend slop? Just another walking simulator. Just another get to the top of the mountain simulator. Just another go here, do that, pick things up, bring them back simulator. And there's just so much of that, or there has been so much of that in the past. But there was like none of that. The games that they did reveal that were kind of like that, a farming sim, they actually looked kind of good. The RuneScape game was a little bit weird, but it didn't look bad. I think it was... I'm sure there are people that would love that. I'm sure there are people who like that. Especially if you're a fan of the RuneScape universe. If you've played RuneScape, you know? So yeah, I think generally speaking, that was a very good Nintendo Direct. I think... And like I said, I still think that it probably could have gone on for another hour. Because there are so many games that weren't mentioned that could very well have been mentioned. There were so many games that Nintendo... that are coming to Switch. Or that they could have said, oh, by the way, this game is in development now. You know? It doesn't need to be, oh, look, we've got a trailer for the next Mario game. They could have just said, the next Mario game is in development. You know? Because that's what they did with The Legend of Zelda. Now, admittedly, that did kind of blow up for them. Because we were waiting for Breath of the Wild news for... many years. That was way too long. But they could have turned around and said, like, oh, well, the new Mario game is in development. We'll have more information on that in the future. That'd be nice. But no, nothing. Nothing. No new Donkey Kongs. No new Luigi's Mansion. With the new Zelda, like, that's a big deal, but that's really the only big hit. Oh, Fire Emblem as well. Yeah, I keep forgetting Fire Emblem was mentioned. Fire Emblem looks really good. Let's talk about Fire Emblem. Before I forget that it even exists. What was it called? It's Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave. Fortune's Weave looks really good. I like the idea where you pick different characters and go through different stories in that universe. It's very reminiscent of the Saga games, and I'm a big fan of the Saga series. I haven't played as much of them as I would very much so like to, And I do want to play some of the Saga games on the channel as well. Again, they're very long games, being RPGs, JRPGs. But Sagas have got like a very unique way of like doing their progression or introducing characters. Yeah, think about like Live Alive. If you haven't played it, play the demo, please. Live Alive is really cool. It's a really good game. And you look at this story that is unfolding over the course of thousands of years in snapshots of different eras where you play as different characters. And that's a really cool concept. Live Alive is basically like Saga, because that's the whole point of the Romancing Saga series, is that it takes place over generations, multiple generations, where you pass down your levels and your skills and your magic and everything to an heir. So we've got a really cool system. If you haven't played a Saga game, I highly recommend Romancing Saga 2 and 3, especially 2 and 3. But other Saga games where you can create squads of different characters, games like Live Alive. I wasn't really a big fan of Live Alive, but Live Alive has got a very similar system. Legends of Legacy was another one, which is very Saga coded, I guess the word would be. And I feel that from Fire Emblem as well. You know, Fortune's Weave is telling 4 different stories across in what would be otherwise the Fire Emblem universe, and it's really interesting. I like the diverse cast of characters. I like that you've got the main character that seems to be your usual young thief boy. You've got Dietrich, who is, let's call a spade, shall we? He's Alucard. You've got Lida, the gypsy bard girl. These are really interesting characters. Admittedly, gypsy bard girl seems to be a common trope. You've got it in Octopath Traveler as well. Or they're dancers or something like that. There's a character like that in Live Alive. There's a character like that in Octopath. There's a character like that in the Saga games. But it's a trope that I like, though, you know? It's a really good one. Whether she be a bard or a dancer, these characters are really cool and interesting. And I like the Fire Emblem games. They're a game series that I'm interested in. But they're not a game series that I've been like, oh, I must play this. I kind of feel that for Fortune's Weave. And at the beginning, when I first saw the reveal trailer, I wasn't sure if I liked it. Like, they felt like they were going in a very, very different direction, because they showed like the main character, the king character, and he's dressed up. He almost looks like he's a Mayan priest, Mayan king, you know, Lord of the Sun kind of character. And I'm like, where are they going with this? Is this going away from the medieval fantasy genre? Are they going somewhere else entirely with this? Because it seems like this could be like native South American or Middle American. And then they've gone and turned it around, and they've gone, no, we're still where we're supposed to be. We're still in our lane. We're still doing medieval fantasy. It's just this guy looks like an... what if Superman was Aztec? Okay. Alright. I get it. I can jive with it. But yeah, Fortune's Weave looks really fun. That might end up being the first Fire Emblem game I play on this channel, to be fair. It would have been 3 Houses, but I ended up not playing it. So maybe it'll be this one. Maybe Fortune's Weave will be my first Fire Emblem game. I was going to play some other games like Fire Emblem. some of the games that I wanted to play was the Shining series. And, you know, they're kind of like your beginner's first introduction to this kind of game. So maybe I should play one of those first. Who knows? Either way, I want to play... I do want to get into Fire Emblem. I want to get my head... I'm just not very good with the tactical RPGs. I feel like there's always way too much going on and I can't get my head around it. But yeah. Was there anything else? Was there anything else that like really stood out? Probably should have taken better notes. I'm back. Oh, you're back. You took bloody long enough. I've been talking to an empty room. This is your fault, OJ. Oh, Final Fantasy Resonance. Final Fantasy Resonance. That looks really good. I already know that there's some people out there that are going to be going, oh my goodness, it's another HD 2D game. I don't care. I personally really like the HD 2D art style, and this one looks especially good. I thought that the Millennium Tale looked good, but Final Fantasy Resonance looks really, really amazing. And this whole idea of resonating with characters from other Final Fantasies, and you know, being able to call characters like Cloud into Final Fantasy Resonance, that's pretty sick. That's something that I like that. I really do. That appeals to me. I like the idea of multiverse. I like the idea of summoning characters from other universes to fight together. This appeals to me. This appeals to me on a deep spiritual level. So I'm really looking forward to Final Fantasy Resonance. I am. I think this game is going to be great. I'm looking forward to playing it on stream. I'm back. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was running around looking at the Xenoblade trailer and downloading Xenoblade 1 Switch 2 edition update. Oh, actually, yeah, I should do that. I'm not going to be replaying Xenoblade Chronicles. I'm not replaying it. All right? I'm not doing that. Well, I kind of want to. I kind of want to, not gonna lie. I just hope that the Xenoblade Chronicles 2 Switch 2 edition also includes the Torna stuff. It would be kind of annoying if it didn't. They voiced all the heart-to-hearts? I didn't even catch that. That's awesome. That's amazing. Because that's something which I really liked about 2, was that the heart-to-hearts were voiced. But yeah, now if they've added that to Xenoblade Chronicles 1, that's absolutely worth it. Man, really? Now that I'm thinking about it, all of that. Man, $10 is absolutely worth it. Even the voice acting alone would be worth it. They also now voice all the main story events in Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I did notice they didn't do... There was some unvoiced scenes, but not anymore. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, because I was just talking to Stylish about what we're going to do for Xenoblade Chronicles now. Because with the new Xenoblade Genesis, holy shit, that's amazing. That game looks absolutely phenomenal. It is a beautiful looking game. I want to get through the Xenoblade Chronicles games, and I was just saying to Stylish that what I'll probably do now is I'll I'll finish Torna, then we'll move on to Xenoblade Chronicles X. Well, I said Xenoblade Chronicles 3, then go to X, then go back to 3 for the finale. But, yeah, I think we're going to do Torna after Stellar Blade. I've got other games that I should be playing after Stellar Blade, but I'm gonna play AM2R, I'm gonna play Torna, then we'll play X, and then we're gonna play 3. Torna DLC got a free update for the physical, available now apparently. Wait, really? Okay. Interesting. There's a new Blade in Xenoblade Chronicles 2, a new gameplay mode. No, I saw that. I like that you can play as the Blades now. That's gonna be sick. That's gonna be so freaking cool. Yeah, they mentioned 4K 60 in the direct as well, so that's another thing. Yeah, when we get back to playing Torna, when we get back to playing Xenoblade Chronicles 3, it's going to be a completely night and day experience. Because we're going to go from Xenoblade Chronicles 2, a good, but admittedly rushed early Switch game, to a game which is basically the best that the Switch has to offer, enhanced. And that's going to be so cool. That's going to be a night and day comparison. So, yeah. Oh, you mean Torna? Oh, right, okay. So they got a 4K 60 FPS update for Torna. I should take a look for that, shouldn't I? I might just buy the digital version, honestly, because getting a copy of Torna in Australia is a pain. Let's see. Torna not available for purchase? What? What do you mean not available for purchase? Oh, you gotta buy it as the expansion pass. Oh, right, okay, so you can't buy it separately. Alright. Okay. Okay, yeah. Let's see. Upgrade packs. I'm not seeing an upgrade pack on the eShop. Interesting. There doesn't appear to be a Torna upgrade pack. Was it literally... Did they release a physical copy of Torna for Switch 2? It doesn't appear that there is. Wait, it says I can get it. What? Oh, it's on the marketplace. Oh, never mind. Yeah, OJ, you're gonna have to send me a link, bro. I'm not seeing anything relating to Torna. Shiny, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Toby, WTF? What's with the goated indie devs and their last minute announcements? Oh yeah, Deltarune 5. Yeah, I almost completely forgot about that one. I'm not a big Deltarune / Undertale fan. I'll be honest with you guys. Not for me. Not my cup of tea. Didn't really enjoy Undertale. Completely forgot that Deltarune was even in that Nintendo Direct. But I'm glad you liked it, Shiny. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Ultimately, you know, this is what I was saying, is this was a really good Nintendo Direct. This Direct had something for everyone. Like, especially if you're a fan of dark action fantasy, you know? There was so much dark action fantasy. Which is cool, because I am into dark action fantasy. That is something that I do enjoy. Something that I do love. Also literally called it, next Zelda is Ocarina of Time. We'd been discussing that, yeah. We've been discussing that for a while. And it does make sense. It makes a lot of sense, given that, you know, this year is the 40th anniversary of Legend of Zelda, and in 2028, it's the 30th anniversary of Ocarina of Time. Stylish, me and Stylish were saying earlier that the fact that they're releasing Ocarina of Time this year makes me think that they're gonna release Majora's Mask in a couple of years' time. And that they'll release Majora's Mask for the anniversary. I think that's going to happen. I really do. Even if it's not... Even if they don't release it in time for 2028... If they release Majora's Mask in 2029 or 2030, that would still be the correct timing, because 2030 is the anniversary, is the 30th anniversary of when Majora's Mask actually released. So they could do Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask back to back, fully HD, remastered, remade, revamped, expanded games, and they would still be hitting the shelves within the window of the anniversary. That's a really cool thing, and that's something that I think probably is going to happen. Where the heck are the Grezzo Oracle games? Well, I mean, probably the same place as the Twilight Princess HD and Wind Waker HD ports. Where are they? You know? It's crazy, because I can't imagine. Like, I'll be honest with you guys. I understand a bit about coding. Mostly, one of the things that I do is I watch a lot of developers on YouTube who critique games. Sungran Studios is a great example, actually. So I love Sungran Studios. Jarrell, who runs the studio and is also the face on YouTube. He's a funny guy. He's freaking hilarious, right? And his reviews of games and talking about development, what it does is it teaches you not necessarily exactly how to be a developer, but to understand the limitations of development and to know, how does this work? How does that work? Is this a good game for the Switch? Is this a bad game for the Switch? Is this a good game given the power of this console? Should this game require that much resources to be able to run, like Monster Hunter Wilds, for example? And it gives you an idea of how a lot of these things work without giving you the details, the specific details. And I gotta be honest, I am of the opinion that it shouldn't take long to port a game from the Wii U to the Switch. It shouldn't. We've already got the Wind Waker HD remake. And that one is way closer to a remake than it is a remaster. Like Twilight Princess, it's a remaster. We know it's a remaster. It's just a bunch of upscaled textures, some better models, but it's essentially just Twilight Princess. But Wind Waker is, oh, it's borderline remake with everything that they did. Completely rebuild the lighting engine, completely rebuilt all of the character models, rebuilt a lot of the world, added a load of new features and a bunch of new things that you can do throughout the game, took some features out. Where is the port? We don't need it to be remade. We don't need it to be remastered. We literally just want you take Wind Waker HD and you put it on Switch. And do the same with Twilight Princess. Twilight Princess is a gorgeous game. Absolutely beautiful. One of my favorite art styles of any Zelda game. It's gonna look good in 10 years time. It's gonna look good in 30 years time. It's gonna look good in 100 years time, right? You don't need to do much to Twilight Princess to just give it a little bit, you know, give it a little bit of a polish up there, spit polish, a huck to her, if you would. I wouldn't. Don't do that. Don't do that. No. Anyway, it doesn't need much. Just move it. You pick it up, you get the file, like Nintendo. Listen now, right? Okay. You get the file, you run it through your little algorithm, and you pop out a Switch game. I mean, what else is it to say? Smaller companies did it for their games. Look at Bayonetta. Bayonetta 1 and 2. Released on the Wii U. Bam. Switch release. Tour in Big 26. I watched a video earlier today that referenced Hawk Tour, so yeah. It's my, you know, it's not my fault, okay? I just don't see it as being that big of a deal to transition to port Zelda to the Switch. I mean, we could have had it. I don't want to say a new Zelda game, but we could have had a Zelda game literally every single year. Think about that. And I don't mean like a brand new Zelda game. I want to be absolutely clear. I'm not saying, oh yeah, we would have gotten a brand new Zelda game every single year. No. Think of all the Zelda games that released on the Switch and all the ones that didn't. We could have had a Zelda port every single year. Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, Ocarina of Time 3D, Majora's Mask 3D. And put that alongside Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, Echoes of Wisdom, Link's Awakening. That's like 10 games. That's it. Okay. Actually, that is exactly 8 games, but still. I mean, what's going on? Now, that is the one thing that has been bothering me. It's really been doing my nut in. And it's the same with Metroid Prime. They remastered Metroid Prime. And then they released Metroid Prime 4. The reason that they re-released Metroid Prime is for those people who never played Metroid Prime. Because it's taken 20 years for Metroid Prime 4 to come out. There were people who are old enough to drink now that weren't alive when Corruption dropped. So that's why they re-released Metroid Prime. So the people who had never played Metroid Prime before, they're like, oh, brilliant, I can play Metroid Prime. And then they released Metroid Prime 4. What happened to 2 and 3? Nintendo. Chop chop. I'm not playing 4 until I can replay 2 and 3. I can replay 2 and 3 tomorrow if I wanted to. I've got Metroid Prime 1, Metroid Prime 2 Echoes, and Corruption all separately. Plus I've got the Wii U Metroid Prime Trilogy collection. So I absolutely could play all of them tomorrow, right? But what I mean is, there are a lot of people who can't. There are a lot of people that can't just go, oh, I want to play Metroid Prime 2 on GameCube. You know? Maybe the remaining 2 games are the friends we made along the way. Oh, good lord. Yeah, you're not wrong, though, are you? I wish you were, but you're not. Anyway, I'm gonna say that's gonna have to be the end there, because we've gone on a bit longer than I was planning on. It is now 2:24. My throat is starting to get sore. I'm finding it harder and harder to breathe. I want to bring this all to a close, right? Okay, listen, Battletoads HD Remake. Imagine the game with greater graphics, revamped mechanics, and maybe a tad bit harder because it's way too easy. I would agree wholeheartedly. Battletoads is way too easy. I especially find the speeder bike section to be really tedious. It's just so boring. I can't even begin to tell you how frustratingly easy that section is. And it really is a low point in the game, you know, because at very least some of the bosses feel kind of difficult, but that speeder bike section is just like, what was the point of that? That was just a waste of space. Yeah, exactly. It basically plays itself. Is like there's no point in it even being there. So yeah, Battletoads 100%. I'd be down for a new Battletoads. A good new Battletoads, not the new Battletoads that we actually got. A new Battletoads, a good new Battletoads. Because that was worse. And see, I'm joking about this now, but as a kid, I had no problems with the speeder bike section. I had a lot more time on my hands as a child. No, I love Battletoads. I've got a collector's edition of Battletoads Double Dragon on my shelf. It's a beautiful cartridge. It's a bright green cartridge. The PCB is red. It's got the Battletoads Double Dragon logo on the PCB. Beautiful collector's edition. It's got a display stand and everything. I love it. It's a very nostalgic game for me, that one. I used to play the crap out of it with my best friend at the time when I was in school. And it's just, when I saw this collector's edition, I was like, I'm going to buy that. And people were telling me I was stupid because it's just a repro cartridge. And I'm like, I know. But I don't care. Because I have got wonderful, beautiful, sad, happy, nostalgic memories of my childhood. On sunny days, on rainy days, coming home from school, during school holidays, playing Double Dragon with my best friend. Playing Battletoads with my best friend. Playing Mega Man with my best friend. And then going out. Playing Legend of Zelda. This was the one. This was always the one. Playing Legend of Zelda with my best friend. And then going out, because we lived near fields and hills and mountains in South Wales. And going out and living that adventure. Going out, exploring mountains, exploring forests, exploring hills. Just like in Legend of Zelda. That's a beautiful memory. It's the reason why I'm so connected with Legend of Zelda. And Double Dragon was one of them. And, like I said, Mega Man 2. And, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game. Even as a kid, the electric seaweed was a bit much. That was a bit much. Yep. But those are good times. Those are good memories. Those are memories that are older than most people watching this stream. Those memories are 30 years old in the making. More than that. 32, 33 years old in the making. But they were good times. And, you know, Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. It took the magic and amped it up in the third dimension, so I'm definitely feeling that nostalgia right now. I am really looking forward to Ocarina of Time remake. You know, unless they do a Final Fantasy thing and then they turn it into 3 games that are unnecessarily long, and for some reason, like Final Fantasy was no longer a turn-based RPG, they turned Ocarina of Time into a turn-based RPG, then I would be unhappy, right? But no. I think that was a really good Nintendo Direct. There was a lot of really cool games. I'm really glad to see some of those games releasing. Like I said, it was a smorgasbord for people who like dark fantasy action adventure games. Like me. And yeah, I'm going to be grabbing a bunch of those games on Switch. I'm looking forward to playing Lords of the Fallen. I'm looking forward to playing Dragon's Dogma. Duskbloods looks really good, I guess. I still have no idea. I still have no idea what Duskbloods is, but I know I want one. Yeah. Devil May Cry 5 coming to Switch 2. That's really cool. Kingdom Hearts, the entire Kingdom Hearts series coming to Switch 2. That's excellent. Actually coming to Switch 2, not just Cloud Edition. Deltarune Chapter 5 was announced. Hello Kitty. That looks like it's going to be the best game ever made. Probably. The Hello Kitty game. Yeah, that looks like it's going to be the best game ever made, frankly. But I am left wondering, I'm left still feeling a little bit concerned about some of the other games. Oh, not Wii Sports, Switch Sports Resort. Oh my goodness, I almost forgot about that one. Yes, Switch Sports Resort. I am really excited for that one as well. that's going to go into my multiplayer rotation, and we're going to be playing that together on stream in the future. That is happening, okay? We're going to be playing Switch Sports Resort, okay? We can all hang out. We can play some bowling together. We can play some golf together. I'm really excited for that one. That looks like a really fun game that we can all just enjoy. Just hang out and play during a... what's it called? During a community hangout stream. Someone should redo the "No You" meme in New Switch Sports. Yeah, it doesn't have a U anymore. It's not Wii U Sports anymore. Man. But yeah, Switch Sports Resort. That one looks good. I'm looking forward to that one. I hope you guys are looking forward to playing that with us as well. New Xenoblade Genesis looks absolutely stunning. Absolutely gorgeous game. Fire Emblem, gorgeous looking game, and one which I'm probably actually going to play. There was so much there that was good, but because I always have to, I gotta do the buts. I'm sorry. Well, that didn't come out right. I am concerned about a lack of Mario. I'm concerned about a lack of updates for Mario Kart World. I'm concerned about... I feel like the big heavy hitters are not being brought to the table. Obviously, Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, there's your heavy hitter. Absolutely. One of the heaviest hitters of all time, right? And I don't mean this to, like, downplay it or make it sound like it's a bad thing, but that is a remake. We've got Star Fox 64. This is basically the 3DS all over again, isn't it? We got Star Fox 64, we got Ocarina of Time 64. Ocarina of Time from the N64. I'm pretty convinced that Majora's Mask is going to be coming next. I'm a tad concerned. I'm a tad concerned that I don't think that Nintendo don't know what they're doing. I don't think Nintendo have run out of ideas. I think the financial situation has hit Nintendo harder than they are willing to admit. And they simply don't have the budget to make a new Mario. Not in a time frame. Not in the time frame that they should have made it. You know? I'm all for Donkey Kong being the big game for the Switch 2 when it released. But that was like a month or so later. So I am a little bit worried we don't have a Mario game on Switch 2. And I'm wondering why. I'm trying to think of a good reason why we don't have a Mario game. And for the life of me, I will never understand why we don't have a new Captain Toad game. Captain Toad. Nintendo. Captain Toad. Alright? There's your heavy hitter. Captain Toad 2. That'll be a heavy hitter. They're preparing a new banger 3D Mario. Take into consideration that Mario Odyssey... I'm going to double check this. We'll just double check that. Yeah, Mario Odyssey released in 2017. If we don't get a new Mario game this year, well, okay, not just, I mean, bro, if we don't get a Mario game before October next year, it will have been 10 years since the last 3D Mario game. An entire decade without a new 3D Mario game. Let that sink in. That is a scary number. How about Captain Battletoad? Oh, dude, yeah, hell yeah. That'd be, do you know what? That'd be kind of cool. I kind of like that. That's a good idea. See, you say things like that as though they're a joke to me, and I'm like, oh, dude, yeah, absolutely. The new Mortal Kombat where they finally released Kung Kang. Yeah. And a new Street Fighter where you can finally defeat Shenlong. Okay, now hold on a second. Google is cheating here because they're counting Donkey Kong Bonanza as a Mario game. Don't be cheating. Don't be cheating like that. That's not a 3D Mario game. Shut up. That's wrong. But when you look at, like, you know, the Mario series, when you look at when the Mario games were released, Mario 64, 1996, Mario Sunshine, 2002, 6 years later, Mario Galaxy, 2007, 5 years later, Mario Galaxy 2, 2010, 3 years later. And now it's been nearly 10 years. I'm gonna call that one a yikes, folks. I am calling that one a yikes. But that is, unfortunately, all that we've got time for this evening. I'm gonna give this Direct a B+. There was a lot of good things in... No, I shouldn't... No, it's an A, right? Because I've got that rule. You may have heard me saying this before. We should judge something, whether it's a game, whether it's a Direct, whether it's a movie. We judge it by what it is, not what it isn't. And that Nintendo Direct was an A. It was all killer, no filler. We can't judge it. We can't say, oh, well, it's a D- because it doesn't have a Mario game. No, it doesn't work like that. We can also say, you know, oh, it's a D- because it doesn't make my toast for me. You know, there's a lot of things that a Nintendo Direct doesn't do, right? B+ for Battletoads plus, good lord. But I'm gonna give her an A. I'm gonna give her a solid A. It was a really good Direct. It had a lot of good games. There were a lot of surprises, a lot of things I was not expecting. I was taken aback by a number of games like Kingdom Hearts, Devil May Cry 5, Lords of the Fallen. I still don't know what Duskbloods is. Fire Emblem looks good. Xenoblade looks amazing. I am... there's very little in that Direct that I didn't like the look of. I think there was one at the beginning. I think it's called Long Walk, which was a little bit weird. Not really my cup of tea. The Hello Kitty game. The Hello Kitty game looks fun. It's, you know, it's no Mario Party, but it looks fun. I'm not gonna say that's a bad game. And there were a couple of like random farming sims, which or you know, survival on an island thing. They were fine. Splatoon Raiders looks really good. I was really surprised by that one because I thought it was going to be a multiplayer game. It's not. It's a single player game, which I'm gonna have to play now. Yeah. I think that there was a lot of good stuff in that direct, and even the stuff that I'm not interested in still looked good, but just not for me. So I'm gonna give that a solid A. And of course, Legend of Zelda. We can't forget Legend of Zelda. Solid A. I do have my worries about lack of Mario. I do have my worries about a lack of continued support for some of the other games like Mario Kart World. And I'm concerned about the fact that simple ports, things that we've been asking for a very, very long time to come over from the Wii U, still hasn't happened. So I do have my concerns, but we're not going to judge the Direct on what wasn't there. We're going to judge it by what it was, and it was a banger. So I hope there's a lot that you are looking forward to as well. I hope that you'll come and join me when we do play them on stream. But that is going to be the end of today's Nintendo Direct stream. It was a long one, and yeah. So if you've enjoyed today's stream, please do hit the thumbs up button to let YouTube know that you liked it. And of course, if you want to see more from me, whether it be Nintendo Directs or playing some games, hit the subscribe button and ring the bell to be notified of when I'm going live next, which will probably be later today. Is it today? Yeah, it will. Is it today? Wednesday. Yes. Yeah, it'll be today. If you want to follow me somewhere else, I've got social media. I've got an X, I've got Threads, I've got Instagram, and of course we've got the Discord where you can join us and have a conversation. It's where the conversation continues when the stream is over, and we'd love to have you join our community. But that is going to be it for today. Big thank you to everyone out there who watched along with me. Big thank you to everyone who had a conversation with me afterwards. These streams are often quite slow because there's always bigger YouTubers that, you know, are doing Nintendo Directs. I don't do these because I think I'm going to get tons and tons of people watching me. I do these because I want to do them and keep my thoughts, you know, for posterity, you know. But it's always good to have other people join in with the conversation. So thank you everyone for joining me. I hope you've enjoyed it. Be good to yourselves, be excellent to each other, play more video games, and until I see you, peace, love, and high scores. Good night, everyone.